Chapter 192. Now this is an item without an owner. A cold voice came out of Chu Hen's mouth. His indifferent tone reverberated in the ears of the audience. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing their heads to buzz, assassinating the ruthless Lu Shao of the Bright Moon Academy with a single strike of his spear. The entire competition area suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Ruthless Lu Shao? In front of Chu Hen, he was completely insignificant. The faces of the people who were the most ferocious just now were as pale as paper. They could only feel chills running down their spines. It was their foolish actions that caused Lu Shao to lose his life. Before this, Chu Hen had no intention of killing Lu Shao. It was enough for him to obtain victory in the competition and take the green scales heavy halberd as his spoils of war. However, it was precisely because of the unforgiving words of the crowd below that Chu Hen was forced to take things to the extreme. Everyone was trembling with fear. No one thought that when Chu Hen became ruthless, he would be this merciless. Looking at Lu Shao, whose throat had been pierced by the demon Punisher spear, those widened eyes were filled with unwillingness. It was as if they resented the audience for talking too much. On the arena, an awe-inspiring, domineering aura rose from Chu Hen's body. He raised the green scales heavy halberd in his hand high and shouted in a shocking manner, "Who else dares to fight me on the arena?" His imposing manner was especially domineering. At this moment, the youth on the arena, who did not have a tall and sturdy figure, gave people the feeling that he was like a mountain. Extremely oppressive, many of the contestants below the arena were trembling. Their faces were pale, and their brows were filled with fear. They originally thought that Lu Shao was ruthless enough. They did not expect that there would be someone even more ruthless. They were really unlucky to be assigned to this competition area. But then again, how many people could rely on luck to pass the competition of the top 32? Seeing that no one responded, Chu Hen raised his hand and fiercely stabbed the green scales heavy halberd in his hand into the arena. He announced that the protagonist of this competition area was him. Chu Hen is the champion. The audience in the martial house of Tensei Prefecture was the first to burst into cheers. Li Hui, He Qingyuan, Zhou Lu, Lu Yu, and the others all applauded and cheered. Champion, Chu Hen. Following that, the atmosphere of the entire arena was stirred up, and all sorts of cheers resounded throughout the arena. Brother Chu Hen is the best. Yi Yao was jumping up and down in the audience. She looked even happier than if she had made it into the top 32. When the person in charge of this competition area saw this situation, he did not delay any longer. He ascended the badly damaged arena, raised his arms high, and shouted loudly, "I hereby announce that the winner of the 31st Division is Chu Hen of Tensei Prefecture." Boom! The atmosphere became more and more joyous. The person in charge once again said to Chu Hen, "Congratulations, you've entered the top 32 of the Academy's Earth ranking tournament." At the same time, in the first division, Death Sun Wheel. Boom! An incomparably violent power bloomed on the entire arena like the sun, and more than a dozen contestants were directly sent flying out of the arena. The terrifying impact of the power swept in all directions, and spiderweb-like cracks covered the arena. The arena, which was already full, was filled with cheers. Thousands of people stood up and cheered, and the applause was earth-shattering. Wei Qing Fan, champion, champion. On the stage, Wei Qing Fan raised his arms, enjoying the atmosphere that was ignited for him. A devilish smile appeared on his handsome face, and he looked extremely relaxed. "I hereby announce that the winner of the first division is Wei Qing Fan of Tifeng Province. Congratulations on making it into the top 32. The third division." A powerful sword aura suppressed the entire audience. A man with extremely strong swordsmanship faced more than 20 competitors who were besieging him with a sword. The astonishing sword aura enveloped the entire arena, and countless plum blossom petals danced in the sky. The gorgeous scene was dazzling, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. floating flower world, shocking rainbow sword. Immediately after, an even more powerful sword aura erupted from the young man's body. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the plum blossoms that filled the sky flew in all directions. As they moved, all the plum blossoms transformed into streaks of sharp sword gleams. Endless sword gleams shot out like thousands of arrows, hitting the people in the arena with unstoppable force. Panicked screams rang out one after another in the chaotic battleground. Contestants who were not weak were all knocked down by this powerful attack, one after another. Some of them were even directly pierced through by the condensed sword aura, losing their lives in front of everyone. Shen Yunqi is mighty. Shen Yunqi will win. Congratulations to Shen Yunqi for making it into the top 32 in this division. In the following period of time, loud cheers and celebrations rose from one division after another. The entire 32 arenas were majestic, rising and falling, giving people the feeling that it was a volcanic mountain range that had been silent for many years, and it was continuously erupting. Chaotic noises swept through the world like a flood. I hereby announce that the winner of this competition zone is Imperial Martial Academy's Yao Zhan. Congratulations to Xiao Yan of Tensei Prefecture for advancing to the top 32. Congratulations to Long Xuan of Bright Moon Academy for becoming the champion of this division. The winner of this division is Bai Yuyue from Tensei Prefecture. Congratulations to Imperial Martial Academy's Luo Mengchang for obtaining the 32nd place on the Earth list. The monstrous waves came one after another, igniting the fiery atmosphere in all the competition zones. Woo! When the melodious sound of the horn reverberated in everyone's ears, it announced that the top 32 contestants of the Earth ranking tournament had been determined. Rumble! Then a 10-meter-tall door opened in each competition area. It was as if a city gate that had been closed for a long time had been opened, giving off a majestic feeling. Contestants who have advanced to the next round, please leave through this door first. The person in charge of each competition zone said, "Buzz." The whole city was in an uproar and chaos. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the giant door in front of him. His handsome face quietly surged with some emotion. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, and the others had already climbed down from the spectator seats. "Senior brother Chu Hen, let's go." "You're amazing, haha." In the history of the All-Academy tournament, not many new students have made it to the top 32. Big brother Chu Hen, you're amazing. Yi Yao also walked over with a sweet smile. Under the escort of the crowd, Chu Hen's face revealed some excitement as he walked towards the door in front of him. Very quickly, Chu Hen walked out of the door under the crowd's escort. What appeared in front of him was a wide field. The field was covered with a huge red carpet. Colorful flower petals fluttered in the sky. At the same time, countless people surged over from different directions, and in front of each group of people was a dazzling genius who seemed to have gathered a myriad of halos on him. Wei Qing Fan, Shen Yunqi, Yao Zhan, Luo Mengchang. A majestic aura surged from all directions. The people from each of the 32 divisions surged out. The champions of each division stepped onto the red carpet. Then, the top 32 geniuses all met together. The top 32 geniuses were separated by more than 20 meters, forming a circle. When Wei Qingfan and Chu Hen's eyes met, the air seemed to be filled with invisible, cold, killing intent. When Shen Yunqi and Long Qingyang's eyes met, sparks flew. "Sister." Yi Yao waved happily at Yi Yu, who was not far away. Yi Yu faintly smiled. However, when she saw Chu Hen beside Yi Yao, a trace of pride involuntarily surged from her eyes. In this year's All-Academy Martial Arts Tournament, there were many surprises in the top 32 of the Earth rankings. 3 newcomers actually made it into the top 32. They were Heavenly Star Chu Hen, Di Feng Yu, and Giant Elephant Yu Qinyu. When Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang saw Chu Hen at the front of the 31st Division, they couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Where was Lu Xiao? Wasn't the champion of Zone 31 supposed to be Lu Xiao? In other words, Chu Hen had defeated Lu Xiao and obtained the promotion spot for this division. Where's Mu Feng? Where's that braggart? Didn't he say that he would make it into the top 32? Zhou Lu looked around, but was overjoyed to see that Mu Feng was nowhere to be seen. Haha, don't say any more, junior sister Zhou Lu. A Heavenly Star Marshall House disciple smiled as he walked over and said, I was in Mu Feng's competition area. At the beginning, that fellow was quite fierce. He defeated more than a dozen opponents in a row, and he didn't even take a break. Where is he? Why didn't he make it into the top 32? It's because he was so fierce that he aroused public anger. All the contestants in the competition zone chased after him. Mu Feng was being chased around, and even his clothes were torn. In the end, he could not resist the crowd's attacks and gave up early on. The student could not hold back his laughter as he spoke. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. In their minds, they could not help but imagine the scene of Mu Feng being chased around like a little fool. Serves him right. Zhou Lu smiled smugly. I won't let him lick the soles of my shoes when I get back. The top 32 had been decided. Soon after, the audience discovered that 3 people from the Heavenly Star Marshall House had actually made it into the top 32. They were Xiao Yan, Bai Yuyue, and Chu Hen. The crowd was in an uproar once again. Damn, the Heavenly Star Marshall House actually managed to get 3 spots? How is that possible? That's true. Is the Heavenly Star Marshall House going to rise again? While all the spectators were shocked, a formless competition arose between the 32 monstrous geniuses. The piercingly cold and solemn auras formed an obscure confrontation of auras. Chapter 193. Following the conclusion of the Earth Proclamation's top 32 matches, the various high-level martial houses that had gathered in the Chaos Arena dispersed amidst the clamorous chatter. TSK, TSK, TSK. 3 people from Tensei Prefecture actually made it into the top 32. This means that among the 100 places on the Heaven leaderboard, Tensei Prefecture has taken 4. Is this the rhythm of rising again? Don't be so sure. You have to know that the rules of this year's competition are different from the past. There are still 68 top geniuses who haven't participated. Think about it. What if those 68 freaks all participated? Not to mention the top 32. How many people in Tensei Prefecture do you think can enter the top 64? Well said. In Tensei Prefecture, only Ji Xian and Xiao Yan are passable. The others are not. Even Bai Yuyue is just SO. No matter what, there are a total of 4 people from Tensei Prefecture who got into the Heaven leaderboard. It seems to be second only to the 5 academies. Let's wait for tomorrow's top 32 ranking battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Hee hee, what's there to look forward to? Wei Qingfan will definitely be the champion. As for that Chu Hen, he better pray that he doesn't meet Wei Qingfan in the first round. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Haha, I think so too. Everyone dispersed and left one after another. When Yi Yao left with Yi Yu and the others, Chu Hen could clearly sense the chilling killing intent in Wei Qingfan's eyes and the arrogance that Yi Yu revealed. It was undeniable that Yi Yu, who had made it into the top 32, had enough confidence. In particular, the speed at which her cultivation improved was like the help of God. All these glorious halos seemed to be telling Chu Hen that her choice of Wei Qingfan was extremely correct. However, Chu Hen directly ignored it. As for what Wei Qingfan's goal was, it had nothing to do with Chu Hen. The only person he was worried about was Yi Yao. Hey, you're not bad. He actually made it into the top 32. Someone patted Chu Hen's shoulder lightly, but Chen Yu had already walked up to him. Chu Hen smiled. Same to you. It's not the same. You don't know what I've been through for the past 6 months. It's been hard on me too. Chu Hen rolled his eyes at the other party. Apparently, he was the only hard-working person in the world. The others were just idling around. Yu Chenyu smiled embarrassedly. I'm just kidding. Hey, senior brother Chu Hen. Li Hui nudged Chu Hen with his elbow. Was Luo Mengchang from Imperial Martial Academy looking at you just now? Oh, where? He has already left. Li Hui said, subconsciously glancing at Yu Chenyu beside him. Luo Mengchang? Yu Chenyu raised her eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise on her face as she said, You even hooked up with Luo Mengchang? Of course not. We're just friends. Yu Chenyu pursed her lips, but didn't say anything else. On the other side, Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang walked over. Third brother, what's going on? Didn't you meet Lu Xiao? Lu Xiao, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and He Qingyuan all had strange looks on their faces when they heard Long Qingyang's question. Chu Hen rubbed his nose, then replied, Big brother, I have something to give you. Xing, along with a heavy metallic sound, a mighty and extraordinary green scaled heavy halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. This is Lu Xiao's weapon. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Chu Hen then passed the green-scaled halberd to Long Qingyang. This spirit weapon is not bad. It can replace your weapon, big brother. Long Qingyang's weapon was a heavy halberd. Although the material was not bad, it wasn't at the level of a spirit weapon. If Long Qingyang used this halberd as his weapon, his fighting strength would increase significantly, and it would be of great help in the upcoming top 32 battles. Long Qingyang naturally understood where the benefits lay. He didn't stand on ceremony and took the cyan-scaled halberd from Chu Hen's hands. Space trembled as a formless aura stirred the air around them. Haha, good halberd. Long Qingyang laughed heartily. In the past, every time I fought Lu Xiao, he relied on his weapon to gain the upper hand. But third brother, it's a little embarrassing to steal someone else's stuff like this. Don't worry. Before Long Qingyang could finish, Chu Hen continued, This halberd was already an ownerless item before it fell into your hands. No one will say anything if you take it. Ownerless item? Long Qingyang was stunned again. Long Xuanxuang could not help but blurt out, You killed Lu Xiao? As soon as he said that, even Yu Chenyu stared at him in disbelief. One must know that Lu Xiao had a tyrannical cultivation at the second level of the core transformation stage. Moreover, he had a spirit weapon like the green scale, heavy halberd in his hand. He might even be able to fight against an ordinary third-level core transformation stage expert. If one were to say that Chu Hen killed Lu Xiao, perhaps not many people would believe it. However, Chu Hen's expression was calm, and He Qingyuan was standing behind him. Li Hui and the rest did not show any change in their expressions. That was enough to explain everything. Long Qingyang couldn't help but laugh, exclaim, and shake his head. What are you hiding from us, kid? Nothing much. I was just lucky. Chu Hen spread his arms and did not dwell on the matter. Shortly after, the few of them chatted for a while before parting ways. After all, the first round of the top 32 battles was tomorrow. They had just gone through an intense battle, so it was imperative that they return to their peak condition. Tensei Prefecture. The whole school was in high spirits. Even Song Qinglai, Shadowless, and the other mentors were celebrating Xiaoyan by Yuyue and Chu Hen, who had just returned to the school. Although the rules were different this year. In comparison, the difficulty of entering the top 32 was much lower. However, to the Heavenly Star Martial House, it was still a great honor. Not bad. Shilan walked in front of Chu Hen. Her gentle and beautiful eyes contained a bit of a smile. Chu Hen smiled as well. It's all thanks to your hard work over the past few months. I only helped you correct some small mistakes. You still have to rely on yourself. Shilan didn't tell Chu Hen that she had brought up the matter of Chu Hen being able to enter the top 32 during the high-level meeting. Looking at it now, he really didn't disappoint her. Not far away, the two mentors, Song Qinglai and Shadowless, nodded in approval. No matter how unexpected Chu Hen's performance was, as long as it was beneficial to the Heavenly Star Warrior, it was what they wanted to see. Within the crowd, there was a pair of cold and gloomy eyes that stared at Chu Hen and Shilon, who were currently conversing with extreme displeasure. Humph, you've only just entered the top 32. There are still many difficulties to come. Chapter 194. Mu Feng, get your ass out here. The soles of your shoes are ready. Chu Hen and the rest returned to Tensei Prefecture. After a brief exchange with a few teachers, they returned to their residence to rest. Zhou Lu and Li Hui also followed them. The former was here to settle scores with Mu Feng, while Li Hui was purely here to watch the show. However, when the three of them entered the courtyard, they found that there was no one there. Not only was Mu Feng not there, even Lei Zhen was nowhere to be seen. This bastard is still hiding, Zhou Lu scolded. It would be strange if he didn't hide. Li Hui replied, In my opinion, Senior Mu Feng won't be appearing in the near future. It seems that his values aren't as low as we thought. At least he knows how to hide. Humph, he can hide once, but he can't hide forever. If I don't find him, my name isn't Zhou Lu. Lily, let's go. Go where? Of course we're going to find him. Doesn't he lead Lei Zhen to some 10,000 flower house every day? I'm sure he's hiding there. I'm not going. My dad said that I can't go to 10,000 flower house before I'm 20. What are you talking about? Let's go, let's go. With that, Zhou Lu dragged Li Hui and left in a hurry. Chu Hen shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't help but find it funny. For once, Mu Feng was normal. Based on his usual behavior, Chu Hen was really afraid that he would lick the soles of Zhou Lu's shoes. However, the ranking battle for the top 32 would begin tomorrow. Chu Hen didn't have time to care about them. Chu Hen didn't really care about his ranking. However, if he met Wei Qingfan in the competition, Chu Hen wouldn't be willing to lower his head, no matter what. Wei Qingfan's cultivation base has probably reached the third stage of the core transformation stage. He even possesses a special and powerful skill like the Death Wheel. I definitely can't let my guard down when fighting him, Chu Hen mumbled to himself. Although he possessed the demonic pupil sacred body and the chaotic body, he was still far from being able to control their power. However, due to his own cultivation, he was still far from being able to control their power. Moreover, the battle between the top 32 would definitely be watched by everyone. If he recklessly used the two demonic blood boundary powers, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be noticed. Fortunately, he had already cultivated the flaming sun body tempering technique, which was a domineering body tempering technique. At least in terms of physical strength, he did not fear Wei Qingfan. Coupled with some other trump cards, even if he could not defeat the other party in the end, he would not lose too badly. If only I had more time, I could use the exploding yuan pill to break through to the core transformation stage. This would increase my chances of winning by quite a bit. Chu Hen shook his head. The competition was right around the corner, and if he wanted to refine and absorb the energy of the explosive yuan pill to charge into the core transformation stage, he would need at least 10 days to half a month's time. The ranking battle would begin tomorrow, and time would definitely not allow for this. I have an idea. Suddenly, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. With a flash, he entered his room and closed the door. Now that things have come to this, I can do my best to make good use of the power of the runes. Chu Hen sat upright on the bed, deep in thought. Amongst the 6 talisman markings that he currently possessed, besides the spirit-gathering talisman that didn't possess any offensive ability, the other 5 talisman markings of blazing fire, frost, gale, water, and lightning all possessed extremely strong destructive ability. The power of the talisman markings was evolved and transformed by a spirit-level inscription master through a rune formation. The strongest destructive power of these 5 offensive talisman markings could reach the strength of a void-piercing stage powerhouse. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The true origin energy in Chu Hen's body must be able to support the maximum consumption of the talisman markings. With the current strength of Chu Hen's true origin energy, he naturally couldn't release the greatest destructive power of the talisman markings. However, under the condition of supporting the talisman markings with all his strength, the power of the talisman markings would be stronger than the attack power of Wuxiu, a level 2 core transformation stage. However, Wei Qingfan's cultivation base was at level 3 core transformation stage. Relying on the power of these talisman markings, it was still not enough to defeat the opponent. At this time, Chu Hen had a bold idea. If I combine the 2 different types of talisman markings, the destructive power will definitely be multiplied. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be caught off guard. Let's give it a try! Immediately, Chu Hen, who had made up his mind, began to take action. Buzz! Immediately, a wave of Reiki energy was quietly released from Chu Hen's Naiwen Palace. Wisps of golden Reiki energy spread along Chu Hen's arm like optical fibers and slowly gathered between his fingers. With a thought, Chu Hen carefully condensed a strange talisman markings. This was not a talisman markings, instead it was a talisman markings used to arrange a small spiritual formation. Naturally, Chu Hen would not be stupid enough to directly combine the 2 different types of talisman markings. If he did that, he would hurt himself before he could attack others. This was because the 2 different types of talisman markings would repel each other. In this state of rejection, if he could not control it, the person who would be in the most danger would be Chu Hen. Therefore, at this time, Chu Hen had to first arrange a small spiritual formation to coordinate. This small spiritual formation was called the Gentle Calming Formation. Not only was its name ordinary, it almost had no offensive ability. Its only function was to reduce the manic nature of a certain type of power, making it relatively more peaceful. Usually, this kind of formation was used to help Wu Xiu calm the manic power in his body when he was breaking through, to prevent the newly derived true origin from being too violent and injuring his meridians, of course. While the manic nature was reduced, it would not affect the strength and destructive power of the power itself. The current Chu Hen was different from the naive calf who knew nothing in the past. The vast knowledge contained in the illusionary spirit bell was completely imprinted in Chu Hen's mind. It was no exaggeration to say that in the entire capital, there were probably no more than 3 people who could surpass Chu Hen in the field of knowledge and understanding of the field of spiritual pattern masters. Chu Hen increasingly believed that the knowledge of spiritual pattern masters that he knew was what the first clan leader of St. Bell City, Lei Huan, knew back then. Of course, it was still the same sentence. With Chu Hen's standard as a beginner spiritual pattern master, he could only condense some beginner runes. Compared to ordinary beginner spiritual pattern masters, Chu Hen's biggest advantage was that he did not need anyone to teach him. He could slowly learn by himself. Soon, 15 runes were condensed between Chu Hen's fingers. Although they were only beginner runes, it was not easy for Chu Hen to control them. A steady stream of Reiki energy was released from the street tree in his Naiwen Palace, supporting the operation of these runes. Chu Hen was very careful with every step. When the 16th rune appeared, Chu Hen began to arrange it according to the distribution of the gentle, calming formation. The arrangement of the runes could not tolerate a single mistake. If there was a mistake, it would be a small matter if the spiritual formation could not be completed. What he was most afraid of was not being able to control the power of the runes, and it would backfire on him. Chu Hen did it meticulously and steadily. 1. When the 16 runes were distributed in different positions under Chu Hen's control, the runes began to connect with each other, forming a gentle golden ray of light. The light was as soft as a spider silk. It seemed as if it would break at the slightest touch. After all, in the past 5 months, Chu Hen often practiced his control of the runes. At this moment, although he could not be said to be proficient in arranging the gentle calming formation, he was quite skilled. Hua! Suddenly, a wave of obscure energy filled the room. The 16 runes disappeared like water droplets. Instead, a dazzling spiritual formation appeared in front of Chu Hen. This spiritual formation was about half a meter wide and was as beautiful as a plate. It floated in front of Chu Hen, emitting a gentle light. Success! Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Of course, this was only the first step. Subsequently, Chu Hen raised his hands with his palms facing up. The true origin energy in his Dantian Sea of Qi was quickly mobilized and released. In the next moment, a crystal-clear, fiery, red rune appeared in his right palm. The scorching airwave caused the room to emit a faint temperature. Subsequently, under Chu Hen's control, the fire rune turned into a beam of red light and surged toward the gentle, calming formation. Under the influence of the gentle, calming formation, the energy wave of the fire rune became much gentler. The red light flowed in the formation like a ball of fire sprites. Subsequently, with a thought from Chu Hen, an obscure wave was released from his left palm, along with the chilly aura. A frost rune that looked like a snowflake and was as white as jade quietly formed. At this stage, Chu Hen became extremely careful and cautious. Under normal circumstances, the two extreme powers of fire and ice absolutely could not be fused together. But right now, Chu Hen wanted to break this principle. Chu Hen carefully channeled the power of the frost rune into the spiritual formation. However, the moment the two powers came into contact, the situation immediately turned bad. The flame and frost were like two dragons and snakes fighting each other as they immediately repelled each other. The gentle, calming formation also became extremely restless, and the 16 runes that were distributed in the air were also faintly discernible. The raging power was like a raging sea, setting off restless undercurrents. Oh no! Chu Hen's expression changed, and he hurriedly wanted to withdraw the two powers. However, at the same time, the gentle calming formation exploded with a rich light. With a loud bang, a shocking power instantly exploded in front of Chu Hen. The wild true origin energy was released wantonly. Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and he was caught off guard as he flew out and hit the wall behind him. Chapter 195. In the imperial capital, the entire city was looking forward to the ranking battle of the Earth List. All the geniuses of the various high-ranked martial houses that had entered the top 32 were nervously making their final preparations for the first round of the ranking tournament that would take place tomorrow. Tensei Prefecture. Bang! In the courtyard where Chu Hen lived, there was a series of violent and heavy shaking sounds. What's going on? What's happening? It seems to be at Junior Chu Hen's place. Due to the large movement, it quickly attracted the attention of the other students who lived nearby. Everyone wanted to go in and take a look, but when they saw that the walls of the courtyard were cracked, they abruptly stopped in their tracks. Should we call Mentor Shilan and the others? A student tried to ask the person next to him. I don't think so. If this goes on, this house will be demolished. It's okay. I remember a few months ago, Junior Chu Hen also demolished it once. At that time, it took Mu Feng a whole 7 days to fix it. But this time, I'm afraid it won't be fixed even after 17 days. Just as everyone was discussing, Chu Hen's room quietly quietened down. The hearts that were hanging in the throats of the surrounding people also calmed down. Finally, it was over. Then, everyone waved their hands and dispersed one after another. At this moment, Chu Hen's room was already a mess. The 4 walls were covered in cracks, tables and cabinets were overturned, and even the tiles on the roof had fallen to the ground. Chu Hen was in a mess, and his face was covered in dirt, as if he had just climbed out from a pile of rubble. However, his eyes were filled with an excited light, and his brows were filled with joy. In front of Chu Hen, there was a beautiful golden-colored small-scale formation. The 2 different forces of the fire curse seal and the frost curse seal chased and intertwined with each other like a lantern, forming a red and white circle. The alternating cold and hot air blended together and rose continuously. The power released by the two curses was especially shocking. It was as strong as the brewing magma in the Earth's core. When it erupted, it was really earth-shattering. I finally succeeded. Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief. He then dispersed the two runes and withdrew the Reiki energy. At this moment, Chu Hen felt that he was completely exhausted. His entire body was aching and his bones were about to fall apart. Luckily, I have the flaming sun body tempering technique to protect me. Otherwise, I would have vomited blood. Chu Hen secretly rejoiced. When he looked at the house that was about to collapse, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. If Mu Feng came back, he would definitely lie on the ground and refuse to sleep. I hope he doesn't go crazy when the time comes. Immediately, Chu Hen stretched his arms slightly and moved his somewhat stiff limbs. After simple recuperation, he began to practice the seal fusion technique over and over again. After all, his opponent would not give him any time to set up a spiritual array in the tournament's arena. When faced with Wu Xiao at the same level, Wu Xiao usually had no advantage in terms of speed. The only way was to continuously increase his hand speed and shorten the time needed to set up a spiritual array. Only then would he be able to increase his chances of winning against his opponent. Chu Hen didn't like to fall behind others, especially Wei Qingfan. A day passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, in the eastern district of the imperial capital, a huge commotion broke out in an extremely vast arena. This was a plaza competition area that occupied a large area. In the center of the plaza, there was a majestic high platform. The platform was 3 meters tall and had a square shape. It was more than 200 meters in length and width. Compared to the arena for the top 32 competition, the area of the arena was 4 times larger. There were steps on all 4 sides of the arena, for brand new red carpets extended from the 4 directions of the arena. The other end of the carpet was directly connected to the surrounding audience seats. The audience seats were distributed in different levels. The height of the front row was about 3 meters, while the height of the back row was more than 50 meters. The dense crowd was like a surging tide. The chaotic clamor soared into the sky. The number of people in the entire arena was more than a few 100,000. The teams from the various high-ranked martial houses had already taken their seats. Imperial Martial Academy will win. Tifeng Province is mighty. Spirit Rhino Martial House's champion. The noise from the audience rose and fell, and the surging sound was deafening. Today, it wasn't just the instructors from the various martial houses that had come. Even the highest authority and the various deans were present. 31 high-ranked martial houses, 31 deans. Each and every one of them had powerful strength. At a glance, each and every one of them had a strong aura and was as steady as a mountain. The various deans sat in the most conspicuous positions in the audience seats of their respective academies. Only the 5 great academies, Imperial Martial, Imperial Wind, Spirit Rhino, Giant Elephant, and Bright Moon, were excluded. In the northern region of the central arena, right in front of the audience seats, there was a viewing platform that was dozens of meters wide. On the viewing platform, there were 5 wide seats arranged in a row. The deans of the 5 great academies, however, sat alone on those 5 wide seats. The treatment of the 5 great academies' deans was higher than that of the other deans in the annual inter-academy martial competition. There was nothing strange about this. Although the deans of the other martial houses were dissatisfied, they could only suppress it in their hearts. Chu Hen, look, the one sitting in the middle is the Imperial Martial Academy's dean, Guan Du. In the southern area of the audience seats, the Tensei Prefecture's team sat at the back. This was also the preferential treatment given to Heavenly Star Academy every year. However, compared to the past, this year's Tensei Prefecture's morale was much higher. It wasn't like the previous years when they were in a bad mood due to being neglected. Chu Hen, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, Zhou Lu, and a few others naturally sat together. During this period, Zhou Lu briefly introduced the deans of the various high-ranked martial houses to Chu Hen. Although Chu Hen wasn't very interested in this, he still listened attentively. After all, he had been in the imperial capital for almost a year, so he still had to learn a little bit of common sense. Imperial Marshal's Dean, Guan Du, looked to be in his 40s. He had a lean figure and eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's. He looked like a middle-aged man, but in reality he was the same generation as Heavenly Star Academy's Dean Jiang. The two on the left are Imperial Wind Academy's Dean Yu Yan and Spiritual Rhino Academy's Dean Su Shi. The two on the right are Mammoth Academy's Dean Kuang Wei and Bright Moon Academy's Dean Wei. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he was listening. Yu Yan looked to be about the same age as Heavenly Star Academy's Dean Jiang, but the former had a serious expression that gave people an indescribable sense of awe. Spiritual Rhino Academy's Dean Su Shi wore a gorgeous robe and exuded a trace of nobility. Mammoth Academy's Dean Kuang Wei was the youngest of the five. He was in his 40s and had a square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a full beard. Just like his name, he was quite dignified. As for Bright Moon Academy's Dean Wei, she was the only female among the 5 deans. Her attire was simple and elegant, and she had quite a temperament. From her facial features, it was not hard to tell that she must have been a beauty when she was young. The 5 deans sat on the specially made viewing platform and exchanged simple words with each other. Behind them stood the martial house's core instructors, like Yu Shan, Li Gu, and some others whom Chu Hen had seen before. In this kind of situation, the 5 deans were always at the top. As for the deans of the other academies, they were also happy and idle. They were either sitting in their seats, deep in thought, or chatting with their elders in low voices. Dean Jiang seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. When he was chatting with Song Qinglai, Shadowless, and the others, he had a smile on his face. Needless to say, it was because 3 students from Tensei Prefecture had made it into the top 32 of the Earth ranking. In fact, from the beginning, many deans had been paying attention to Dean Jiang intentionally or unintentionally. However, most of them looked at Tensei Prefecture with contempt. Tensei Prefecture had been suppressed for 7 or 8 years. Now, it suddenly showed signs of a salted fish turning over. Not only did it not gain the recognition of others, but it also attracted a lot of disdain. Of course, to be honest, there were not many academies that hoped to see Tensei Prefecture doing well. The geniuses who had made it into the top 32 of the Earth ranking were also in their respective academies' teams. Among them, the most popular ones were Wei Qingfan, Xin Yunqi, Yao Zhan, and Luo Mingshang. Even though there were so many people present, these geniuses were still as bright as stars, and it was difficult to ignore them. It hasn't started yet, right? I made it. Lei Zhen suddenly appeared in Tensei Prefecture's team. Why are you alone? Where's Mu Feng? Li Hui asked as he turned his body to let him sit. Beside them, there were 2 seats reserved for Lei Zhen and Mu Feng. This. Lei Zhen touched it, a little embarrassed, and then said to Chu Hen, Mu Feng said that he won't be coming for the time being. He said that he will only appear when you make it to the finals. Make it to the finals? Everyone was angry and amused at the same time. He really dared to think of such a thing. Where is he? Zhou Lu asked. Yesterday, she and Li Hui had searched the capital for an entire day, but they could not find Mu Feng. At this moment, she was still suppressing her anger and had nowhere to vent it. Lei Zhen shook his head and said that if I tell you where he is, he will cut off all ties with me. Miss Zhou Lu, please don't make things difficult for me. Humph. Tell that guy later that if he is still a man, he will fulfill his promise and come to lick the soles of my shoes as soon as possible. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, the atmosphere in the arena soared to the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a middle-aged man ascended the special stand on the north side and walked to the area in front of the 5 deans. I am Lu Tong from the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. Today, I am honored to be invited to be the judge of the ranking battle of the top 32 of the all-school martial arts competition. It is my honor, my honor. The crowd cheered in unison, and the applause was thunderous. In the Imperial City, there weren't many people who didn't know Lu Tong. Although he was not from any of the higher-ranked martial houses, he managed the foreign affairs and internal affairs of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Sacred Star Dynasty. He was good at stirring up the emotions of others, so there was nothing wrong with inviting him to be the judge of the ranking battle of the top 32. At this moment, everyone understood what he meant. Chapter 196. I am Lu Tong from the Qingyun Trade Association. Today, I am honored to be invited to be the judge for the ranking battle of the top 32. I am truly honored. When Lu Tong walked to the area in front of the 5 great deans, the entire audience cheered and applauded in unison. Everyone understood that the Earth ranking tournament that everyone had been looking forward to was about to begin. I can feel everyone's excitement. I am just as excited as everyone here. Especially at this moment, all 31 deans of the Imperial City's martial houses are here. This is truly a rare sight. Don't you think so? Yes. A chorus of responses gushed out like a tidal wave. It had to be said that Lu Tong was very good at stirring up people's emotions and atmosphere. The atmosphere in the already lively venue continued to rise, and the entire arena was faintly trembling. Lu Tong waved his hand with a bright and gentle smile on his face. His gaze then turned to the 5 deans behind him, and he said in a polite tone, "Before the start of the competition, does the respected deans of the 5 academies have anything to say to the next geniuses?" Everyone's gaze swept towards the 5 people sitting on the wide chairs in unison. The dean of the Tifeng province, Yu Yan, laughed. "I believe that not many people want to listen to useless words from us old fellows. Let the competition begin. Ha. It seems that the 5 deans are also looking forward to the upcoming fierce battle. All right, I won't say any more nonsense. First, I will announce the rules of the ranking battle of the top 32. Lu Tong raised both his arms slightly and moved towards the right side of the grandstand. He did this so that he would not affect the 5 deans' line of sight. The arena was located in the central area. If Lu Tong continued to stand in front of the 5 deans, he would more or less appear to be a noisy guest. The ranking battle of the top 32 will be carried out in a one-on-one arena. The winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated. There will be a round of competition every day. Today, we will be carrying out the first round of the top 32 to the top 16. Young people, are you ready? Boom! The fiery atmosphere continued to rise like a tide. All the martial houses were cheering for the participants from their academies. Even Chu Hen couldn't help but be infected by this atmosphere, and his blood was boiling. We'll choose our opponents for the top 32 by random drawing. As soon as Lu Tong finished speaking, a dazzling white light blossomed in the stands. All of a sudden, a transparent piece of glass appeared in front of Lu Tong. That piece of glass was like a door about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It stood erect beside Lu Tong. This clear water mirror shouldn't block the view of the audience at the back, right? Lu Tong smiled and looked at the audience at the back. The audience seats were still relatively high, so the audience's vision was not affected at all. To put it simply, this mirror has recorded the names of the top 32 contestants. As Lu Tong explained to everyone, he raised his hand and injected some true inner energy into the clear water mirror. Buzz, buzz! In the next instant, the clear water mirror emitted a gentle luster. Black stripes appeared on the transparent surface of the mirror. Under the surprised gazes of the audience, the black stripes turned into the names of the contestants at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, Luo Mingshang, Chu Hen. In the blink of an eye, 32 names appeared on the surface of the clear water mirror. Moreover, in front of each name, there was a prefix, which was the name of the martial house they belonged to. For example, in front of the 3 words Wei Qing Fan, there was the word Imperial Wind, and in front of Xinyanxi, there was the word Lingxi, which was also Imperial Wind Wei Qing Fan, and Lingxi Xinyanxi. However, the ones that made people's eyes light up were Xiaoyan by Yue and Chu Hen, who had the word Heavenly Star as their prefix. In recent years, Tensei Prefecture had been at the bottom, but now there were 3 people who had broken into the top 32. This was something that countless people were surprised about. All right, then let's see who the 2 geniuses will be in the first battle. As soon as Lu Tong's voice fell, the 32 names on the clear water mirror rapidly changed positions without any pattern. Everyone's eyes were glued to the mirror, and they all had looks of anticipation on their faces. Xiao. Immediately after, when all the names fell into a state of stillness, 2 of the names quickly gathered in the center of the mirror from 2 different directions. Everyone's eyelids twitched, and they saw that the 2 names that gathered in the center were Imperial Wind Wei Qing Fan and Thunder Yu Dongshan. Haha, it seems that the first person to go up on stage is one of our king of popularity, Wei Qing Fan. Lu Tong subconsciously took a few steps back, raised his right hand, and loudly announced, "The ranking battles of the top 32 begin. First battle, Wei Qing Fan versus Yu Dongshan." Boom! Endless waves of energy soared into the sky, and all sorts of loud cheers rose in the Tifeng province. As for the Thunder Martial House, they secretly shook their heads and sighed. Their luck was really bad. Their first match was against Wei Qing Fan, and it was obvious that they were going to stop here. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Wei Qing Fan stood up from his seat beside Yu, and with a leap, he gracefully landed on the stage. On the Thunder Martial House's side, a young figure somersaulted in the air a few times, and then steadily landed on the stage. "Yu Dongshan, you can do it!" "Wei Qing Fan, you must win." Both sides supported each other, and they began a battle of voices. On the vast stage, Wei Qing Fan and Yu Dongshan stood opposite each other. Yu Dongshan's face was full of caution. "Haha, you're not going to give up?" Wei Qing Fan looked at the young man in front of him with great interest, and a disdainful expression could be seen on his face. Asking someone to give up on the first match. This was simply insulting enough. "Humph, Wei Qing Fan, don't go too far." Yu Dongshan clenched her fists, and the dense true origin energy of a second-level core transformation stage rose like a flame. "Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not." "Ha! I just don't want to bully you. That's why I asked you to give up." Wei Qingfan's mouth curled into a casual smile. "I'm afraid that when I fight, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy." Arrogance. Absolute arrogance. However, it was undeniable that Wei Qingfan had the qualifications to be arrogant. Yu Dongshan was quite angry, and her eyes darkened, revealing 2 fierce rays of light. "Humph, don't think too highly of yourself. Today, I want to see what kind of ability you, Wei Qingfan, have." Swoosh! Yu Dongshan's figure moved, and a powerful aura rushed towards Wei Qingfan. The airflow on the stage trembled unceasingly, and the surging pressure pressed down. However, Wei Qingfan's face was filled with disdain when he faced Yu Dongshan, who was charging at him ferociously. After that, an extremely violent fluctuation of energy erupted from his body, and an expanse of dazzling light that was like the sun shot out from the center of Wei Qingfan's right palm. The dazzling golden light condensed together in a spiral, and then a palm-sized golden will shockingly appeared before everyone's eyes. "It's the Death Sun Wheel." A cry of surprise came from the crowd. "Ha! You're quite capable if you can take one of my attacks," Wei Qingfen shouted, and with a move of his palm, the golden will instantly flew out. Rumble! The overlapping thunderstorm caused everyone's ears to hurt. As it moved, the golden death sun will rapidly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, its diameter was already more than 3 meters. The death sun wheel, which was more than 3 meters in diameter, spun rapidly towards Yu Dongshan, and a neat straight line was split open on the stone bricks between them. Yu Dongshan's pupils constricted violently, and a strong sense of danger surged into her heart. Boom! Violent energy fluctuations exploded on the stage, and the death sunwheel that was like a scorching sun struck Yu Dongshan. The terrifying destructive power was like a divine attack, and the defensive layer around Yu Dongshan's body was instantly shattered. The tyrannical power poured down like a mountain. Ah! Accompanied by a painful cry, the clothes in front of Yu Dongshan's chest were completely shredded by the golden wheel, and flesh and blood sprayed everywhere. With a loud bang, Yu Dongshan was directly sent flying from the stage under the shocked gazes of everyone present. She rolled a few times before smashing onto the ground, unconscious. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire audience let out a long sigh. As they looked at Yu Dongshan, whose chest was badly mutilated, and Wei Qingfan, who was standing on the stage without moving a single step, the fiery cheers resounded through the sky. Wei Qingfan mighty! Wei Qingfan champion! After easily winning the first match, Tifeng Province was completely in an uproar. In particular, Tifeng Province's dean, Yu Yan, had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, even Shen Yunxi, Xiao Yan, Yao Zhan, Long Qingyang, and the other participants couldn't help but slightly furrow their brows. Wei Qingfan's strength was enough to make everyone present take him seriously. Wei Qingfan turned around and walked towards the seats of the Emperor Wind Martial House. At the instant he turned around, a gaze filled with disdain directly passed through the 100-meter distance and landed on Chu Hen's body. It was full of provocation, but more than that, it was contempt. Others might not be able to tell, but Chu Hen was very clear that Wei Qingfan was obviously killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Without saying anything, he gave Chu Hen a show of strength. Chu Hen's gaze was full of coldness, and a cold intent surged between his brows. Haha, I really didn't expect this. The first match ended just like that. Of course, it's not an injustice for Yu Dongshan to lose to the king of popularity, Wei Qingfan. It's a glorious defeat. Lu Tong controlled the atmosphere of the audience, and the smile on his face was quite professional. Then, let's see who the two participants for the second match will be. Under the gaze of the audience, the participants' names on the clear water mirror once again spun rapidly. They are whoosh. The participants' names on the mirror became still, and one of the names moved towards the center. Di Feng Yiyu. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Everyone knew that Yiyu was Wei Qingfan's girlfriend. Was this a sign that Tifeng Province was going to win 2 matches in a row? Following that, another name also appeared. When everyone saw this name, they couldn't help but be stunned. Heavenly Star Chu Hen. Chapter 197. Di Feng Yiyu. Heavenly Star Chu Hen. Everyone was stunned when they saw the 2 names appear in the center of the Qingshui mirror. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and Yi Yao were especially stunned. Heaven was making a fool out of them. There were so many contestants, but these 2 had to be their opponents in the second round. Let's invite these 2 contestants onto the stage. Lu Tong's loud voice came from the northern stands. The Tifeng Province side was naturally in high spirits, cheering loudly. The Tensei Prefecture side didn't dare show any weakness, and they all cheered for Chu Hen. However, Zhou Lu Li Hui and a few of Chu Hen's good friends had strange expressions on their faces. After all, it had been almost a year, and they more or less understood Chu Hen's expectations. The reason why Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan had formed all sorts of grudges was because of Yiyu. Right now, these 2 people stood on the stage as opponents. What would Chu Hen's mood be? No one could guess, sister. On the Tifeng Province side, Yao bit her red lips, her big eyes tearing up. Don't worry, I won't kill him, Yi replied indifferently. Then she got up and slowly walked out of the spectator stands. She stepped onto the red carpet in front of her and stepped onto the battle stage. Saying that she wouldn't kill him was enough to show Yi Yu's confidence. Many people's eyes lit up the moment she stepped onto the stage with her aristocratic aura. Yi, you will win. Take down Defeng and start a 2-game winning streak. Junior sister Yi Yu, we have faith in you. Because of Wei Qingfan, Yi Yu's popularity was especially high. Wei Qingfan, who had returned to the spectator seats, had a playful smile on his face. He sneered inwardly and said, Yi Yu's cultivation has already reached the 2nd level of the core transformation stage. It's as easy as flipping her hand for her to defeat someone at the 9th level of the element opening stage. Even if you have a lot of trump cards, it's still difficult for you to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Looks like you can still live for a few more days, but you're going to lose all your face, hee. Amidst the uproar of the audience, Chu Hen also walked from the seating area of the Heavenly Star Martial House to the arena. That handsome face of his was so calm that not even the slightest trace of emotion could be seen. Only Chu Hen himself knew whether he was happy or angry. The two of them stopped less than 50 meters away from each other, and the atmosphere on the field gradually calmed down. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest looked at Chu Hen with an indescribable, complex expression. Based on their understanding of Chu Hen, having reached this stage, the other party's emotions would definitely be very complicated. Did they know each other before? In the Imperial Martial Academy spectator seats, Luo Mingshang rested her chin on her hand and looked curiously at the two people on the arena. To be more precise, she was looking at the slender figure of the youth. You can't lose. If we meet in the future, you'll have to go easy on me. Yi Yu and Chu Hen looked at each other, but their eyes were exceptionally cold. Especially Yi Yu. Her face was full of pride. I didn't expect you to make it into the top 32 with your ability. Her indifferent tone was mixed with a hint of frivolity. Yi Yu's eyes were like those of a noble. Huh. Chu Hen let out an indifferent snort. To be honest, you're the one who surprised me. I'm afraid that someone has bribed the participants in your competition zone to go easy on you. Humph. Yi Yu frowned slightly. The current, you can only rely on your tongue. If you want to leave this arena unscathed, then give up. I don't want to hurt you for little Yao's sake. Her tone was full of arrogance. The crowd sighed softly. As expected of the woman that Wei Qingfan had taken a liking to, she was indeed arrogant. However, Chu Hen smiled. His smile grew wider, but his eyes grew colder. Ha ha ha, well said, but... Chu Hen paused, and his words were ice cold, piercing everyone's eardrums like needles. Miss Yi Yu, I'm afraid you don't have the right to say such words to me. If you have any ability, feel free to use it. Also, for little Yao's sake, I'll go easy on you with one hand. I'll go easy on you with one hand. After saying that, Chu Hen directly put his left arm behind his back. Arrogant. Absolute arrogance. A wave of hissing sounded in the audience. A 9th level element opening stage, cultivator, told a 2nd level core transformation stage, cultivator, to go easy on him with one hand. This kind of provocation was really unprecedented in the history of the All-Academy martial competition. You asked for it. Yi Yu's face was instantly covered with frost. With a clang, a metal clang sounded, and a sword that was flickering with a dazzling silver light appeared in her right hand. Subsequently, a powerful aura was released from Yi Yu's body. A dense gray light leaked out from Yi Yu's body. The majestic gray light lingered around Yi Yu's body, forming a gorgeous halo. A cold wind rustled, sweeping across the stage. Under the countless shocked gazes of the audience, the tip of Yi Yu's feet actually left the ground and floated 2 meters in the air. Circles of gray light continuously twirled and danced in the air and converged on Yi Yu's back, forming the silhouette of a huge butterfly wing from afar. It looked like Yi Yu had grown a pair of gray butterfly wings. The wings flapped, and a chaotic wave of air swept across the entire arena. Countless people in the audience could feel the powerful pressure coming from Yi Yu's body. This pressure also surged towards Chu Hen, who was in front of him. Amazing! I didn't expect junior sister Yi Yu, who usually keeps a low profile, to actually have such shocking strength. As expected of the woman that senior brother Wei Qingfan likes. Ha! That arrogant and conceited fellow, Chu Hen, has shot himself in the foot. Exclamations of surprise and schadenfreude could be heard from the crowd. In the mammoth martial house's seats, Long Qingyang frowned and muttered, "This is the limit of the Yi family's lunar battle physique bloodline." At the same time, in the Bright Moon Academy side, Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. As someone who had also come from Flame City, she naturally knew about the Yi family situation. Moreover, the Yi family had a good relationship with the Long family of the general's residence. It was said that the Yi family had been glorious in the past and also possessed a powerful bloodline limit. The lunar battle physique, on the other hand, was an extremely powerful bloodline limit. Even amongst battle physiques of the same level, it was one of the more powerful ones. However, what truly surprised Long Xuanchuang was that there was no news of Yi Yu possessing the lunar battle physique in the past. This meant that Yi Yu had always been hiding the fact that she possessed the lunar battle physique. This woman was not simple at all. Long Xuanchuang shook her head helplessly once more. She had always felt that Yi Yu was an extraordinary woman, but now it seemed that she had underestimated her lunar battle physique. Chu Hen coldly spat out these 4 words as he looked at Yi Yu's imposing aura. Yi Yu's eyes were filled with pride and self-satisfaction. "It's too late for you to regret it now. Ha ha." A self-deprecating smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Good, very good. Chu Hen had never imagined that there would be so many things that Yi Yu did not know. Back in Flame City, when their relationship was still relatively good, Chu Hen had asked her what the limit of her bloodline was. At that time, Yi Yu had replied that it was an ordinary martial body. From the looks of it now, Yi Yu had been deceiving Chu Hen back then. Seeing Chu Hen's increasingly icy expression, Yi Yao, who was in the imperial-style spectator stance, couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She should have told Chu Hen about this earlier. If that was the case, perhaps he wouldn't have made a move against Yi Yu. The disdain in Yi Yu's eyes grew even more intense. She floated in the air and looked down at Chu Hen from above. "Are you worthy of fighting me with just one hand? You should pay the price for what you've just said." Boom! As the sound of her voice faded, Yi Yu brandished the sword in her hand. The airflow in the entire arena became abnormally cold. This kind of coldness was not the cold of frost, but a kind that penetrated the bones and poured into the meridians. The countless gray light beams around Yi Yu released an especially powerful destructive aura. Sword dance, vortex slash. Yi Yu let out a soft roar as 2 rays of cold light flashed in her eyes. Rumble. As the sword fell, the momentum rose. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, countless gray light beams were like a group of pythons coming out of their caves, covering the sky and earth as they whizzed towards Chu Hen. In the process of moving, the countless gray light beams merged together in a rotating form. When they arrived in front of Chu Hen, they suddenly transformed into a gray vortex that swept in all directions. The vortex attacked powerfully. The incomparably violent power was like a tornado as it ruthlessly smashed into Chu Hen's body. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying momentum that was comparable to the eruption of a torrent exploded on the arena. Chu Hen stood there motionlessly. His expression was strangely calm. Then, in an instant, he was submerged by the raging gray whirlpool energy. Chu Hen! In the Tensei Prefecture area, the expressions of Zhou Lu, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, and the others all changed dramatically. Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, Long Qingyang, and the others all frowned, their hands clenched into fists. It shouldn't be that easy to die. Yu Qinyu muttered softly from the giant elephant martial house's seating area. Rumble. The gray light vortex unceasingly tore and bombarded Chu Hen's position. The destructive aura filled the entire stage. The rocks that were recklessly flying were like a group of startled moths. Crisscrossing cracks spread across the stage. What the hell is this? He was killed in one move. He even went easy on him with one hand. This is simply a disgrace to his grandmother's house. There's no need to think about it. That guy is definitely dead. Even if he doesn't die, the extreme yin qi will corrode his meridians. He'll at least lose half his life. All sorts of disdainful sneers rose from the audience. Wei Qingfan leaned back in his seat, a smug look on his face. One had to know that it was all thanks to Wei Qingfan that Yi Yu was able to reach this level of cultivation in a short year. In other words, it was Wei Qingfan who had allowed his opponent to defeat Chu Hen in one move. After this incident, wouldn't Yi Yu be obedient to him? Yi Yu, who was suspended in midair, had a cold smile on her face. You asked for it, don't blame me. Boom. However, in just a few seconds, a violent shockwave exploded on the platform. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They saw the raging gray vortex of energy forcibly burst open from the center, like ripples on the surface of water, spreading in all directions. In the center of the chaotic energy, a young man surrounded by golden-red illusory flames stood unscathed. Even his left hand was still behind his back, in the same position as before. What? How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw that Chu Hen was completely unscathed. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Chu Hen left his original position with a swoosh, like an arrow leaving the bow. He was like a ghost and rushed toward Yi Yu at an extremely fast speed. Yi Yu's face was filled with panic when she saw this sudden change. She immediately waved the long sword in her hand again without hesitation. However, at this moment, a pair of cold eyes were reflected in Yi Yu's pupils. Miss Yi Yu, you're too slow. The cold tone was like a sharp knife that cut through everyone's heart. Chu Hen leaped up and was 2 meters above the ground. He was as fast as lightning and quickly reached out with his right hand. Buzz, his right palm, which was wrapped in illusory flames, easily passed through Yi Yu's defense layer and directly reached her throat. Yi Yu's pupils shrank. In the next moment, she felt her neck tighten and a sense of suffocation hit her. Under everyone's extremely shocked gazes, Chu Hen's right hand instantly strangled his opponent's neck. Chapter 198. Miss Yi Yu, is that all you've got? Do you think you're worthy of showing off in front of me? Chu Hen, an ice-cold, furious roar rang out from the stage, causing the hearts of everyone present to fiercely tremble. Under the countless gazes that were filled with shock, Chu Hen's right palm, which was enveloped in illusory flames, easily pierced through Yi Yu's defensive layer and directly grabbed onto her throat. The surging aura suppressed the entire arena. Yi Yu felt her throat tighten, and a suffocating feeling assaulted her. Chu Hen grabbed her by the throat and brought Yi Yu down from the air. Bang! The moment the two of them landed on the ground, the violent shockwaves caused the entire arena to shake. Chu Hen's terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a torrent. Dazzling golden red light encircled his body like a suit of holy light armor. Numerous cracks extended out from under their feet, and broken rocks of all sizes flew everywhere. The pair of huge gray butterfly wings on Yi Yu's back shattered and exploded, turning into a circle of scattered airwaves that swept out wantonly. The vast and mighty lunar qi spread out endlessly like ripples on the surface of water. All the spectators outside the arena could feel a strong sense of coldness. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone present was stunned by the scene in front of them. Even the deans of the 5 great academies in the northern stands could not help but be moved. The situation in the arena had completely changed from before. Yi Yu, who had been proud and complacent earlier, was now off the ground, and her throat was being choked by a strong hand. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with panic. Brother Chu Hen, don't! Yi Yao was so frightened that she hurriedly stopped him. Wei Qingfan also stood up from his seat and shouted, "Let go of her!" Humph! A disdainful sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face, and he stared fearlessly at Wei Qingfan. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to bark here?" Every word was like a needle, transmitted into everyone's ears like a clap of thunder, causing their eardrums to feel a faint pain. "You!" Wei Qingfan's face was ashen. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. Chu Hen stared at Yu and said coldly, "I'll dismiss you. So what if you've broken through to the second level of the core transformation realm? I, Chu Hen, can still take your life in one move. For the sake of our past friendship, I'll give you one last piece of advice. It's not a good thing to take too many pills, just like now." After saying that, Chu Hen loosened his grip and released the other party. Yi Yu, who was on the verge of suffocation, suddenly felt her entire body loosen up. She staggered and fell powerlessly onto the ground. "Big sister!" Yi Yao hurriedly ran down from the spectator stands, walked up to the man and helped him up. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to shut their mouths. This was simply a complete humiliation. Just one hand, one move was more than enough. The disdain that Chu Hen had displayed from the beginning to the end caused Yi Yu to lose all face. Chu Hen, on the other hand, did not spare her another glance. He turned around and walked back to the spectator seats. Hua! In an instant, loud cheers erupted from the Tensei Prefecture side. Chu Hen mighty! Chu Hen mighty! At the same time, thunderous applause erupted from Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and Yu Qinyu's side. "Wow! Chu Hen, you're amazing!" Yu Qinyu shouted in a gentle voice. It had to be said that the battle just now had caused everyone to feel extremely surprised. The name Chu Hen had once again entered deep into the hearts of everyone present. The happiest person was none other than Principal Jiang, who was in charge of the Tensei Prefecture. This was the first time in recent years that the Tensei Prefecture had won a place in the top 16. Although it was only the Earth ranking, it was enough to make the higher-ups of the Tensei Prefecture excited and see the hope of the school's resurgence. Good, haha. Song Qinglai stood up and applauded Chu Hen. This was a student that he had personally brought into the Sky Star Academy. Towards the cheers and congratulations of the crowd, Chu Hen politely nodded slightly, which could be counted as a sign. He then returned to his seat. His chiseled and handsome face exuded a valiant aura that made people palpitate. Humph, what's there to be proud of? He only won one match. Over at the Lingxi Martial House's side, Xinwen was particularly disdainful. It's like he didn't win at all. Haha, junior sister Xinwen, this is where you're wrong. The Tensei Prefecture hasn't entered the top 16 in many years. Shang Zhe sneered. Xinwen covered her mouth and laughed. She then said to Shen Yunqi, "Big brother, if you meet that bastard, you must teach him a good lesson. I heard that he not only snatched Lu Shao's green scales halberd yesterday in the chaotic fighting arena's 31st competition zone, but also killed him. He's simply too hateful. Last time in St. Bell City, he injured Shang Zhe. I'll make him pay for it with interest." At the mention of this matter, Shang Zhe's face immediately darkened. As for Lu Shao, although he wasn't in the same school as them, he happened to know Xinwen, Shang Zhe, and Lin Hai. He also had a small friendship with Shan Yunqi. With the new and old grudges added together, it made them hate Chu Hen even more. Shan Yunqi's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in the corners of his eyes. "Teacher Red Lotus, what do you think of him?" Luo Mengchang, who was at the Imperial Martial School, smiled faintly and asked the cold girl beside her with interest. Red Lotus's eyes narrowed as she said coldly, "Humph, he's just lucky." "Hey, Teacher Red Lotus, you can't deliberately say bad things about him just because he's Shilan's direct disciple." "You know that he's Shilan's disciple, so why are you still talking about him?" "Oh." Luo Mengchang pouted and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Then, she didn't say anything else. At this moment, with the help of Yi Yao, Yi returned to the Tifeng province area. Are you all right? Wei Qingfan went forward to ask about her situation and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, I'll definitely kill that bastard. Shut up. Yi Yao glared at Wei Qingfan fiercely, then said to Yi Yu, Sister, ignore him. Wei Qingfan frowned and wanted to support the other side of Yi Yu, but the latter subconsciously withdrew her hand. Then, without saying a word, she walked past Wei Qingfan and sat back in her seat. Even though it was only a small movement, it caused a ball of fury to arise in Wei Qingfan's heart. Of course, he wouldn't vent his anger on Yi Yu. Instead, he clenched his fists and his murderous intent towards Chu Hen rose once again. Hee, the second round of the competition has ended. I think everyone here is feeling the same as me, unable to recover from the shock. The voice of the main judge, Lu Tong, reverberated, indicating that the third round was about to begin. Then, let's see which two geniuses will compete in the next round. Everyone's attention was drawn to the Qingshui mirror. On the surface of the mirror, black characters began to rotate rapidly. Then, two names gathered in the center. Imperial Marshal Yao Zhan. Mammoth Yu Qinyu. Let's invite these two contestants onto the stage. Lu Tong said in a clear voice. Wow. No way. Miss Yu Qinyu's luck is so bad? She actually met Yao Zhan? It's over, there's no hope. Amidst the hubbub of the audience, a graceful and beautiful figure walked down from the Mammoth Marshal House's seats. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Miss Qinyu will win. We all support you. Come on, I believe you can do it. Although there weren't many people present who believed that Yu Qinyu could defeat Yao Zhan, there were still many people who encouraged her. Shortly after, a man in black with a cold aura walked onto the stage from the Imperial Martial School seats. His face, which couldn't be considered handsome, was especially pale, and his eyes were as cold as a snake's. Yao Zhan, a monstrous genius who is in no way inferior to Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunxi. This person's aura is so sinister. Chu Hen muttered to himself. The corners of his eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried for Yu Qinyu. On the stage, the two looked at each other from a distance. Yu Qinyu frowned slightly. The aura exuded from her opponent made her feel very uncomfortable, but she didn't feel much fear. A white light flashed, and a sharp sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Let's begin. Do you think there's a need to fight? A low voice came from Yao Zhan's mouth, and a cold and strange smile appeared on his pale face. What do you mean? Hee. Even if you're the beloved daughter of the Western Sea's great general, I won't have any scruples. If you don't want to lose too badly, or lose too unsightly, then just give up. There was great confidence in his indifferent tone. The audience frowned slightly, and they couldn't help but secretly sweat for Yu Qinyu. Yu Qinyu gritted her teeth, and her pretty face was full of determination. Are you kidding me? If you have any ability, then use it. Even if I die here today, my father won't blame you for anything. Ha. Yao Zhan laughed wildly. Then he stopped, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Zhan waved his hand, and an illusory white blade of air suddenly burst out. It dragged a powerful air wave in the air, and directly slashed toward Yu Qinyu. The sound of the air being torn was extremely rapid and ear-piercing. A strong aura of danger quickly invaded. Yu Qinyu's pretty face changed slightly. She moved her wrist, and the long sword in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light and faced the blade of air head-on. Bang! The two collided, accompanied by a violent explosion. A scattered energy shockwave suddenly exploded in front of Yu Qinyu. The powerful blade of air collapsed into a cloud of mist, and Yu Qinyu's jade-like hand trembled. Her arm went numb, and her sword almost flew out of her hand. No, the gap is too big. Miss Jinyu, watch out. The audience in the audience warned. Yu Qinyu's heart skipped a beat, and before she could steady herself, she saw that Yao Zhan had already flashed away and was rushing toward her. His cold eyes and strange smile made people feel especially uncomfortable. You can announce the end of the competition. Humph, it's too early for you to be happy, Yu Qinyu shouted in a cold voice. Then, a strange power quickly rose from her body. Strands of green light spread in all directions like specks of light. Boom! Chapter 199. Boom! Bang! More than a dozen vines as thick as a bowl suddenly broke through the ground of the arena. Along with the scattered rocks, they flew toward Yao Zhan at lightning speed. Kacha! The extremely flexible vines directly intertwined and instantly sealed off Yao Zhan's path. Hee, interesting. Yao Zhan sneered. He consecutively waved 2 condensed energy blades to split the vines in front of him. Then he continued to attack Yu Qinyu without slowing down. Yu Qinyu's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, and a trace of solemnity appeared on her pretty face. Ancient tree, sublimate, bang! In an instant, the platform in front of Yu Qinyu crumbled once again. Along with an astonishingly powerful aura, a huge tree sprang out from the ground. This was a towering tree that several people could encircle. It was more than 20 meters tall, and its jade-green branches and leaves were especially luxuriant. The thick trunk gave off an unshakable feeling. Extremely exuberant life energy diffused from the surface of the platform. Bang! Bang! Immediately after, the 2 incoming energy blades directly bombarded the tree, and 2 deep marks immediately appeared on the trunk. However, they were far from being able to penetrate the trunk and injure Yu Qinyu, who was behind the tree. Good. Beautiful, Miss Qinyu. The people of the giant elephant martial house cheered loudly, while the people of the Imperial Martial Academy all had frivolous and playful expressions on their faces. Others might not know how strong Yao Zhan was, but the people of the Imperial Martial Academy were very clear about it. Yu Qinyu, who had just reached the core transformation stage not long ago, was not Yao Zhan's match at all. Even so, everyone had to admit that Yu Qinyu's ancient tree battle physique was very powerful. Buzz! Buzz! The towering tree that was more than 20 meters tall was like a sturdy shield in front of Yu Qinyu. The powerful aura and the rich life energy made everyone in the arena exclaim in admiration. On the special viewing platform in the north, the dean of the Imperial Martial Academy, Guan Du, who was sitting in the middle, nodded with appreciation. As expected of the daughter of the Western Sea Great General, you can use the ancient tree battle physique's power to such an extent at such a young age. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for you to surpass the Western Sea Great General in the future. What, do you regret not poaching her to your Imperial Martial Academy? The dean of the Mammoth Martial House, Kuang Wei, said. Hee, Dean Kuang Wei, are you laughing at me? Who in the Imperial City doesn't know that the great general of the West Sea and you, Dean Kuang Wei, are as close as brothers? How can I poach him just like that? Guan Du's words carried an inexplicable deeper meaning. Kuang Wei merely smiled indifferently and did not say anything. The great general of the West Sea was from the Mammoth Martial House. When he was young, he had been friends with Kuang Wei. As for Yu Qinyu entering the Mammoth Martial House, it was also because he respected his father's orders. Hee, a mere tree wants to stop me? Too naive. Yao Zhan, who had already broken through the vines, grinned, revealing his white teeth. Then, without saying a word, he turned into a blur and rushed forward. In the process of moving, an extremely shocking aura continuously rose from his body and rose steadily. Buzz! A piercingly cold gale spread in all directions, and a thick red light quickly wrapped around his opponent's arm. The dazzling red light gathered in Yao Zhan's palm and enveloped him, immediately transforming into a red, sharp chopping knife. A surging power was released from his body. Yao Zhan leaped up and put his arms together. The red, sharp chopping knife rapidly expanded, causing the space to tremble. A red saber ray, more than 10 meters long, soared into the sky, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. "See how I destroy this life-saving tree of yours, haha!" Insolent laughter came from Yao Zhan's mouth. His arms swung downwards, and the red saber ray chopped towards the tree in front of him with the force of splitting a mountain. The shocking power shook the entire area. This saber ray was like a graceful swan. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the large tree was directly split in half from the crown to the trunk by the swift and fierce blade aura. Behind the tree, Yu Qinyu's pretty face changed slightly, and then she retreated. "Hee, where do you think you're going?" "Miss Qinyu." Yao Zhan had a playful expression on his face, like a cat toying with a mouse. His figure moved, directly passing through the middle of the split tree, and was about to chase after Yu Qinyu. However, right at this moment, a slight arc actually appeared on the corners of Yu Qinyu's small and delicate mouth. Ancient tree, demon trapping. Swoosh, swoosh! In an instant, a rapid gust of wind suddenly flew towards Yao Zhan from behind. What? Yao Zhan was slightly startled, but before he could react, he saw countless thick vines flying out from the branches of the tree. Yao Zhan, who was caught off guard, was immediately entangled by the thick vines around his limbs, abdomen, throat, and chest. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Many people, subconsciously, stood up from their seats. In the Tensei prefecture spectator seats, Chu Hen also raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This ancient tree battle physique is indeed unique. It can actually survive a single blow. Logically speaking, when Yao Zhan's blade split the tree in half, it should have already suppressed the power of Yu Qinyu's bloodline boundary. However, in this situation, Yu Qinyu could still borrow the power of the ancient tree. Apart from the uniqueness of her bloodline boundary, this also required extremely skilled control. Chu Hen nodded inwardly. Yu Qinyu had indeed made great progress over the past few months. In the capital, there was indeed no lack of geniuses. Of course, the most important reason was that Yu Qinyu's family background was far superior to ordinary people, and she could obtain cultivation resources that others could not. Swish, swish, swish! The thick vines tightened, and in the blink of an eye, Yao Zhan was tied up like a big dumpling. Then the thick vines rapidly contracted, directly locking Yao Zhan in the air 2 to 3 meters above the ground. The audience below the arena clapped and cheered, and the enthusiastic applause and cheers were like thunder, like a tsunami. "So beautiful! Miss Qinyu will definitely win. Take her down in one move." Yu Qinyu slightly raised her eyebrows and said with a little pride, "Humph, now you know how powerful I am." Then, without any delay, the tip of her foot touched the ground, and she leaped up like a spirit butterfly. The treasure sword in her hand quickly stabbed towards Yao Zhan, who was unable to move. No matter what, his opponent was still an expert at the 3rd level of the core transformation realm. Yu Qinyu did not dare to be too careless. Facing Yu Qinyu's sure kill attack, Yao Zhan's fair face not only did not have the slightest trace of panic, but he also had a frivolous expression. "You think you can defeat me just like that? How naive!" Gulp! A sound of internal organs suddenly came from Yao Zhan's body, and then a terrifying scene that made everyone's scalp tingle appeared. They saw Yao Zhan's mouth suddenly open, and then a thick web of venomous snakes suddenly flew out of his mouth. The sinister venomous snake was like a real fierce beast, flicking its tongue and revealing its sharp, venomous fangs. Yu Qinyu's pretty face instantly became as pale as a piece of paper. The scene in front of her directly caused her heart to palpitate and her stomach to turn. Bang! Yu Qinyu's sword slashed at the web of venomous snakes, and at the same time, the venomous snake exploded into a ball of scattered true origin. At the same time, Yu Chenyu was repeatedly pushed back by the aftershock. It was fake. Not only did Yu Chenyu's psychological pressure lessen, but the audience also sincerely heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was fake. If he really spat out a venomous snake from his mouth, it would really be as horrifying as it could be. However, based on the scene just now, it was likely that not many people would dare to walk together with Yao Zhan from now on. It was simply 2F** King scary. It was fine for those who had a strong psychological endurance, but for those who were timid, they would definitely be scared to tears. Although Yu Chenyu was considered brave, she was still a girl after all. Just the scene just now was enough to scare her to the point that she was at a loss of what to do. Following that, something even more frightening happened. Yao Zhan's body actually strangely twisted like a snake, and the parts below his neck actually contracted and twisted. His limbs rapidly withdrew from the vines, and he directly flashed out of the thick vines' encirclement. Hiss! The audience let out a long hissing sound. Is this guy a snake? It should be related to the bloodline limit of snakes. I have to stay away from him in the future. Yao Zhan successfully escaped from the ancient tree's shackles. He twisted his neck in an extremely exaggerated manner and looked at Yu Chenyu in front of him with a sinister smile. It's my turn next. Just as Yao Zhan was about to launch an attack, Yu Chenyu hurriedly raised her left hand. I admit defeat. What? Everyone in the audience was startled. Giving up and admitting defeat? But it was not surprising. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and they were not on the same level at all. Moreover, Yu Chenyu had been frightened twice in a row and had long since lost any fighting spirit. Admit defeat? Yao Zhan's eyes turned cold. What, can't I? Yu Chenyu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Humph. I'm not going to fight a monster like you. After saying that, Yu Chenyu confidently walked towards the arena, returning to the giant elephant martial house area. The third match ended with Yu Chenyu's admission of defeat. After watching this match, many people could not remain calm. Countless people looked at Yao Zhan with an indescribable fear in their eyes. The only people who could maintain their calm were the deans of the various martial houses. Ahem. The dean of Tifeng province, Yu Yan, coughed twice. He looked at the imperial martial house's dean, Guan Du, from the corner of his eyes. This kid is from the Snake Demon Clan, right? The Snake Demon Clan? The other deans were stunned for a moment before they looked at Guan Du one after another. The latter leaned back on his wide chair with a faint smile on his face, but he only smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, several people cursed inwardly. The host judge, Lu Tong, continued to control the next match. Chapter 200. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the dozens of names on the clear water mirror once again stopped moving. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two names in the center. Huangwu Tongfei, Heavenly Star Xiao Yan. Let's welcome these two geniuses onto the stage. Lu Tong announced loudly. Whoosh! Then the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. It was not as joyous as before. It's my turn. Xiao Yan stood up from his seat with a relaxed smile on his face. Do your best, senior brother Xiao Yan. Senior brother will win. You will definitely make it to the top 16. The students of Tensei Prefecture cheered one after another. Song Qinglai, the direct instructor of the other side, was full of anticipation. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. Of course. I can't be weaker than junior brother, right? Xiao Yan's gaze looked towards Chu Hen, who was not far away. Chu Hen faintly nodded his head and returned a faint smile. Xiao Yan immediately stepped onto the stage. On the Imperial Martial Academy's side, a young figure also walked out. This was a man with an aura even colder than Yao Zhan's. His eyes were filled with a sinister coldness, and he did not conceal the killing intent leaking from his body at all. The most surprising thing was that the other's sleeve was empty and only a part of it was swaying lightly. But he had lost an arm. Tong Fei? Chu Hen suddenly froze and then reacted. He subconsciously blurted out, "He's the fierce Tong Fei whose arm was cut off by senior brother Xiao Yan last year." "Yes," Zhou Lu answered. Chu Hen remembered the first time he saw the Star Branch ranking at Nebula Pavilion. Zhou Lu and Li Hui had briefly introduced the top 3 of the Star Branch ranking to Chu Hen: Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue. When introducing Xiao Yan, they mentioned that in the All-Academy martial competition last year, Xiao Yan fought against Huang Wu's fierce Tong Fei. Xiao Yan had cut off Tong Fei's arm despite being heavily injured. However, during the battle for the top 32, due to his injuries, he was defeated by Ling Xi's plum blossom sword, Xin Yunqi. Chu Hen secretly shook his head. No wonder the atmosphere was a little strange. It turned out that this was a narrow road for enemies, a pair of enemies meeting face to face. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Xiao Yan and Tong Fei faced each other in the middle of the arena, about 30 meters apart. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. However, this was only for Tong Fei. His eyes were gloomy as he glared at Xiao Yan. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Is that so?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and replied playfully, "I didn't ask you to wait for me." "Humph." Tong Fei's left hand lightly covered his right shoulder. His tone was as cold as a knife. "This time, I will return all the humiliation to you 100-fold. Xiao Yan, today I will definitely kill you on the stage." The crowd was secretly shocked. Everyone could sense the ferocious aura from Tong Fei. Over the past year, Tong Fei's hatred for Xiao Yan had deepened with each passing day. However, Xiao Yan's face did not show the slightest caution in the face of Tong Fei's determination. There was only a frivolous, playful smile. He gently raised his right hand and indifferently said, "Come!" Swish! As soon as his voice rang out, Tong Fei immediately turned into a blur as he charged at Xiao Yan. So fast! The crowd was inwardly startled. In the blink of an eye, Tong Fei had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His surging aura completely suppressed Xiao Yan as his remaining left hand turned into a sharp palm blade. With lightning speed, he slashed toward Xiao Yan's throat with a ruthless killing intent. Xiao Yan dodged to the side as the sharp palm blade streaked across the air like a ray of light, exceptionally bright and beautiful. "Where do you think you're dodging?" Tong Fei angrily roared as he raised his right foot high and ruthlessly pressed down on Xiao Yan's head. The 2 consecutive attacks were almost seamless, and the speed was so fast that it inwardly startled everyone. Xiao Yan once again dodged backwards. With a loud bang, Tong Fei's kick landed heavily on the ground. The shockingly violent impact landed on the surface of the platform. The stone tiles within a radius of 12 meters were directly smashed into pieces, and deep cracks rapidly extended. Your strength has improved a little." Xiao Yan retreated several meters away and half-crouched. His hands stretched out in front of him as he assumed a battle formation. "Humph! Put away that self-righteous expression of yours. Xiao Yan, if you don't make a move now, you won't have another chance." "Ha! I seem to remember that you said the same thing last year. In the end, I accidentally beat you into a cripple." "Shut up." Tong Fei was furious. Endless killing intent surged in his eyes, and a surging black light immediately erupted from his body. Solidified black shadows lingered outside his body, stirring up the airflow in all directions. Following that, Tong Fei directly sent out countless powerful palm shadows, and the densely packed palm prints smashed toward Xiao Yan like a mountain. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as a fiery red light spread out from his body. Wrapped in the fiery red light, Xiao Yan's figure moved as he charged towards Tong Fei in a frontal assault. Buzz, an extremely powerful force gathered in Xiao Yan's palm as a sharp fiery red spear appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The peerless spear followed the momentum and easily pierced through the layers of black palm shadows. Thunderous sounds continuously rang out on the stage as the fiery spear tore through the air, sweeping up a dense aura of destruction as it rapidly stabbed towards Tong Fei's throat. Beautiful! Cheers came from the Tensei Prefecture's spectator seats. Chu Hen also nodded inwardly. In fact, he could tell from the beginning that the reason Xiao Yan had given Tong Fei 2 moves was because he was accumulating strength. The fact that Xiao Yan was able to gather such a powerful attack in such a short period of time was truly astonishing. However, at this moment, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Tong Fei's face. Without a word, he stretched out his left hand to grab the fiery red spear. Hiss! The sharp tip of the spear passed through Tong Fei's tightly clenched hand. The sound of the spear cutting through flesh pierced the eardrums of countless people present. Then, the spear stopped less than 5 centimeters away from Tong Fei's throat, and drops of scarlet blood flowed down Tong Fei's palm. What's going on? Everyone was a little stunned. It seemed that there was no need for Tong Fei to take the attack head-on. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to dodge. Haha! The smile on Tong Fei's face grew wider, and his eerie white teeth sent a faint chill down everyone's spine. Following that, something that surprised everyone happened. Tong Fei's originally empty right sleeve suddenly expanded. Chapter 201. Hiss! Tong Fei neither dodged nor dodged Xiao Yan's fiery red spear. Instead, he used his left hand to firmly grasp it. The sharp spear cut through the flesh of his opponent's palm, causing scarlet blood to swiftly flow out. Immediately after, something happened that shocked everyone present. Buzz! Along with a dangerous aura, a sharp metal claw immediately extended from Tong Fei's empty right sleeve. What? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their faces were filled with surprise. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank slightly as panic flashed across his face. You! Ha-ha! Tong Fei's face revealed a sinister smile as he raised his right arm and attacked Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning. A hurried and ear-piercing sound rang out as the enormous power pounced like the poisonous fangs and sharp claws of a powerful, ferocious beast. Xiao Yan hurriedly released the spear in his hand and pushed out a surging palm energy to meet his opponent. Bang! A heavy explosive sound rang out between the two. The scattered true yuan power ripples were like exploding water balls as they wantonly splashed everywhere. The ferocious impact immediately broke through Xiao Yan's defense. The latter's body trembled slightly as he retreated several dozen meters in succession. This sudden turn of events had stunned countless people present. Bang! The fiery red spear in Tong Fei's left hand was forcefully crushed by a loud bang. Everyone's attention was focused on his right arm. It was not a normal human hand, but a sharp metal claw. The sharp metal claw's 5 fingers were separated and flickered with a piercing cold light. If one was scratched by it, one's skin would definitely be lacerated. When did Tong Fei get a fake arm? I don't know. I've never seen it before. I see. Looks like this metal arm was prepared for Xiao Yan. Various low voices of discussion rose in the audience. The various instructors and students of the Tensei Prefecture could not help but feel a little solemn for Xiao Yan. Tong Fei had probably waited a long time for this day. Hee. Tong Fei raised his steel right arm, and a ball of black light rose up like a flame, covering the top and bottom of the iron claw, emitting a chilling intent. Xiao Yan, I've said it before. Today, I'll return the humiliation I received to you 100-fold. Humph! This old man is going to die of laughter. You think you are so amazing just because you have a fake arm? Xiao Yan revealed a mocking sneer as he said, If you think of this as a prosthetic arm, then you are gravely mistaken. Ha! Not only can this arm move freely under the control of true core energy, but this time you won't be able to cut it off no matter what. Prepare to die. Tong Fei roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot. Boom! Immediately after, a tyrannical aura erupted from Tong Fei's body like a raging wave. The true origin energy that surged out of his body shot up more than 10 meters into the air. A wild gust of wind swept through the entire arena, sending sand and pebbles flying towards the audience. Tong Fei's iron arm stretched out, stirring up a fierce cyclone. Annihilation demon capturing hand. In the next instant, a giant black claw immediately reached out from Tong Fei's front toward Xiaoyan. The terrifying giant claw was slender and sharp, just like the hand of an evil spirit that stretched out from the depths of hell. A dense, destructive aura whizzed toward Xiaoyan, making it hard for anyone to move. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. The surging red light was like a monstrous flame, directly wrapping Xiaoyan within it. The raging aura swept through the entire arena. Subsequently, Xiaoyan directly leaped into the air, his body parallel to the ground before he rapidly spun in a spiral. His body turned into an astonishing light pillar that shot up to meet the attack head-on. Graceful mountain-piercing drill. Boom! In an instant, under the tens of thousands of astonished gazes in the arena, the light pillar that Xiaoyan's body stirred up the airflow in all directions solidly collided with the black evil spirit's claw. The audience felt as if there were two balls of light that originated from outer space intersecting before their eyes. Sparks flew in all directions as the true origin energy collided. At this moment, the dazzling red aurora and the dense black light filled the entire arena, causing the heavens and earth to dim by a few degrees. The overlapping halos spread out in all directions. The dust and rocks on the arena seemed to be swept away by the autumn wind, rushing towards the audience outside the arena. Everyone was secretly shocked, their faces filled with shock. This was especially so for the students from Imperial Martial Academy and Tensei Prefecture. Each and every one of them had their hearts in their mouths, hanging in midair. Tong Fei is actually this strong? Chu Hen casually muttered to himself. Yes. He Qingyuan, who was next to him, nodded and replied seriously. Before Tong Fei lost an arm, he was in existence close to the top 5 in the entire Imperial Martial Academy. Apart from the few freaks that entered the sky ranking, only Yao Zhan can compare to Tong Fei, but he still lost to senior brother Xiaoyan last year, Zhou Lu interrupted. He Qingyuan smiled. In fact, even senior brother Xiao Yan himself admitted that luck played a large part in his victory over Tong Fei. He only won last year's competition with his ruthlessness. Boom! A powerful shockwave rippled out from the arena once again, the disorderly energy causing the arena to be in a state of desolation. On the other hand, Tong Fei and Xiao Yan were evenly matched. When the black ghost hand was shattered, the tornado light pillar that Xiao Yan had transformed into also stopped. At this moment, the moment Xiao Yan landed on the ground, he leaped up again and pounced towards his opponent like a mighty lion. Buzz, buzz! An extreme energy fluctuation quickly gathered in Xiao Yan's right palm, the restless aura causing the space to faintly distort. Humph! Tong Fei's eyes also turned cold. When the other party pounced on him, he raised his right arm. With a whoosh, his iron arm suddenly flew out from his sleeve. Like a flowing light and an afterimage, it swept toward Xiao Yan with a ferocious might. Oh no! Senior brother Xiao Yan has nowhere to hide. A panicked voice came from the audience of Tensei Prefecture. Everyone else also frowned. Xiao Yan, who was in the air, had no foothold and could not dodge his opponent's iron claw. Even if he dodged it, Tong Fei's next attack would definitely follow. In this way, Xiao Yan was already at a disadvantage. You're dead. A sinister look flashed in Tong Fei's eyes. At the same time, the true yuan in his body rapidly gathered towards his left hand. The sharp iron claw tore through the air, like a meteor that broke through Xiao Yan's defense. At this moment, Xiao Yan had to take action to dodge or block. However, something that no one expected happened again. Xiao Yin paid no attention to the iron claw that was flying towards him and let it hit his chest. Bang! The incomparably sharp iron claw directly pierced into Xiao Yan's flesh, causing a string of blood to float in the air. However, in the next instant, a crazed smile clearly appeared on Xiao Yan's face. "Ha ha! Tong Fei, the reason why I could beat you last year was because I was more ruthless than you. This year it's the same. What?" It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in the audience's ears. When he finished speaking, Xiao Yan released the powerful force gathered in his palm. The rapid wind pierced Tong Fei's ears, and his pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. A saber wave that had gathered together and seemed to have gained physical form sliced through the air. Its momentum was as fast as a flowing light that chased after the moon, and it cut into Tong Fei's body before it could reach him. Boom! The space trembled slightly, and a dazzling red light quietly erupted. Tong Fei let out a painful scream, then spat out a mouthful of blood, and was directly sent flying off the stage. What? In an instant, countless spectators outside the arena involuntarily stood up from their seats. Their faces were filled with deep disbelief. They saw Tong Fei fall to the ground, and his originally powerful aura rapidly withered. On his chest, there was a bone-deep wound diagonally from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. Blood was dripping, and it was a ghastly sight. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They originally thought that today would be Tong Fei's revenge battle, but who would have thought that he would once again be defeated by Xiao Yan's hands? Last year, the two of them fought fiercely, and Xiao Yan was slightly superior. It was the same this year. Swoosh! Xiao Yan directly pulled out the sharp iron claw that was stuck in his chest. 5 bloody holes were spurting out blood, but his face was filled with a relaxed expression. He casually threw the iron claw on the table. "Sorry, I won again." His faint smile had a kind of gentle and hearty affinity, but at this moment, everyone knew that the seemingly gentle young man actually had a beast-like ruthlessness. Tong Fei fell to the ground, his lips slightly moving a few times, but he could not even get up. Following that, an earth-shattering round of applause erupted from the Heavenly Star Marshall House's area, sweeping out in all directions. Wow! Congratulations to senior brother Xiao Yan for making it to the top 16. That's so cool, senior brother Xiao Yan. Haha. One was Chu Hen, and the other was Xiao Yan. 2 contestants from the Tensei Prefecture had made it to the top 16 one after another. This was something worthy of excitement for the entire academy. At this moment, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to the quiet beauty by Yue, who had not yet entered the arena. If she could also complete the advancement, there was no doubt that the other advanced academies and martial houses would not be able to sit still. This was because no one would think that Tianxing was the worst. Subsequently, Tong Fei was carried out of the arena for treatment. After Xiao Yan was confirmed by Song Qinglai that his injuries were not too serious, he also underwent simple treatment. Chapter 202. The ranking battle for the top 32 of the Earth ranking was in full swing. The atmosphere in the arena continued to rise, and as time passed, a series of brilliant battles began, appeared, and ended. 32 to 16. There were a total of 16 groups of contestants, and at this moment it was already the 15th match. Senior Sister Yue will definitely win. Senior Sister Yue, you can do it. The Tensei Prefecture region was constantly filled with excited shouts and cheers. The 15th match was between Bai Yue of Tensei Prefecture and Fu Yuan of the Falcon Martial House. In recent years, the 2 great martial houses, Heavenly Star and Falcon Martial Houses, had constantly been in conflict, and there were often large and small disputes. The main dispute was manifested in the Falcon Martial House's students mocking and ridiculing the Heavenly Star Martial House's students every time they saw them, and liked to suppress the latter. Especially in the previous Newcomer Star competition, the Falcon Martial House's students had even declared that they would beat up the Heavenly Star Martial House's students every time they saw them. Of course, In this year's Newcomer Star competition, the Falcon Marshall House's students had declared that they would beat up the Heavenly Star Marshall House's students every time they saw them. Returning to the Earth ranking battle at this moment for the entire Tensei Prefecture, whether or not Baiyu could advance to the top 16 was an extremely important matter. If she won this match, then, while dealing a blow to the Falcon Marshall House, it would also mean that 3 people from Tensei Prefecture had advanced to the top 16. With such a result, no one would think that the Heavenly Star Marshall House was still at the bottom anymore. On the Marshall Arena, sparks flew in all directions, and chaotic waves of air wantonly filled the air. Blade lights and sword shadows interweaved, enveloping the entire stage, dazzling the eyes of the audience. Fu Yuan's sword momentum was swift and fierce, and it was based on momentum. Baiyue's blade technique was light, agile, and elegant, and had a myriad of changes. This seemed to be an evenly matched battle. Baiyue's expression was especially serious. The sword-shaped light saber in her hand continuously interweaved in the air, creating crescent-shaped silver streaks of light. The speed of the airflow on the stage continued to increase, causing sand and pebbles on the ground to fly into the air. Ha! I didn't expect a place like Heavenly Star to produce a talent like you. Fu Yuan smiled calmly. Comparatively speaking, he appeared to be more relaxed. Countless streaks of sword chi were like flickering lights and passing shadows, clashing with the opponent's saber light. The collision of true essence shook the entire audience. Countless slender and deep blade marks had already appeared on the platform beneath their feet. Baiyue's eyes were so calm that not a single ripple could be seen. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she replied indifferently, "I hope you can still smile later." I'll wait and see. In the Tensei Prefecture's seating area, Chu Hen was secretly worried about another matter as he observed Baiyue's blade technique. In the past 14 matches, Huang Wu's Luo Mengchang and Hao Yue's Long Xuanshuang, whom Chu Hen was concerned about, had both successfully advanced to the top 16. Those who advanced to the top 16 were basically the more famous geniuses of the various martial houses. Imperial Martial Academy's overall strength was the strongest. Next was Imperial Wind. Besides Wei Qingfan, who had gotten off to a good start, 2 more people had advanced. One of them was a young girl. What Chu Hen was worried about was that after the battle in front of him ended, it would be the final battle of the first elimination round. Of the 32 contestants, only Xin Yunqi and Long Qingyang had yet to go on stage. In the end, the 2 of them formed a team. This was also what made Chu Hen feel uneasy. "Baiyue, if you're done messing around, then let's end this." At that moment, Fu Yuan's presence suddenly became abnormally powerful. He leapt up, and the surging sword aura rapidly gathered on his sword like 100 rivers flowing into a river. The space around him trembled slightly as the huge sword aura pressed down on Baiyue like a mountain. The eyes of the Falcon Marshall House members lit up as they sneered at Baiyue. "Looks like senior brother Fu Yuan has played enough. The last place will always be the last place." They were lucky enough to win 2 matches. Now that they've met someone stronger, they've shown their true colors. Senior brother Fu Yuan will win. However, just as Fu Yuan was about to unleash his sure-win attack, a sweet smile appeared on Baiyue's beautiful face once again. When they saw the smile on her face, the Tensei Prefecture members felt a chill down their spines. All of them started to mourn for Fu Yuan in their hearts. Every time Baiyue revealed a smile that was as gentle as a kitten, it meant that something tragic was about to happen. Swoosh! Baiyue leapt into the air, her agile figure like a dragonfly. At the same time, an extremely strong aura was released from her body. The airflow within 100 meters became abnormally chaotic, and the strong cyclone from all directions immediately attacked Fu Yuan. The surging airflow formed a spiral, and it was as if Fu Yuan had fallen into an invisible vortex. Under the pressure of the cyclone, Fu Yuan's movement was obviously restricted. However, just as Fu Yuan was about to break through this obstacle, Baiyue suddenly appeared in front of him. A bright light flashed, and Fu Yuan's pupils shrank. Baiyue gently raised her wrist, and a light blade covered in a layer of silver light swept out like lightning. Shadow Moon Dance. Hiss! With a sharp, piercing momentum, a silver crescent moon that was more than 20 meters long descended from the sky, and with a shocking power it flashed in front of Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan's body trembled, but in the next moment, Baiyue dragged a series of afterimages in the air and directly changed her position. At the same time, a second silver crescent moon appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Their eyes widened as they revealed astonishment on their faces. The crescent moon was like a hook, and its momentum was extremely strong. Every time Baiyue waved her blade, a silver crescent moon that was more than 20 meters wide would appear between heaven and earth, and she would also change to another position, creating afterimages that were difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. As for Fu Yuan, he was suppressed into an extremely small area. The strong airflow formed a vortex, and his entire body was under great pressure. The most important point was that Baiyue's speed of waving her blade was extremely fast, and the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. From afar, it looked like there were more than 10 Baiyue besieging Fu Yuan, who was in the middle. The latter's momentum was completely suppressed, and it was almost impossible for him to fight back. The airflow in all directions was stirred up, and Baiyue was like a phantom. In a short moment, she waved her blade 9 times in a row. The 9 crescent moon silver lights that pierced through heaven and earth were like lightning pillars that swept across the void. They were fleeting but dazzling. Shadow Moon Dance, 9 blade stream. After the 9 blade strikes, Baiyue steadily landed on the stage. Fu Yuan also fell from the sky, under the astonished gazes of tens of thousands of people. He directly smashed onto the ground. 9 ghastly wounds simultaneously burst out with fresh blood. Fu Yuan's body trembled, and his face was filled with intense pain and unwillingness. Baiyue looked at him coldly. "You're too slow." Hua! In a split second, the whole audience burst into cheers. The people of Tensei Prefecture all stood up to celebrate, and the thunderous applause and cheers were like a surging tide. Haha! Senior Sister Yue is too beautiful. Amazing. Congratulations to Senior Sister Yue for making it to the top 16. Heavenly Star is mighty. Baiyue will win. All 3 contestants had made it to the top 16. At this moment, everyone in Tensei Prefecture had an absolute reason to celebrate. Even the spectators of other high-ranked martial houses were amazed. Just now, Baiyue completely relied on her advantage in speed to defeat Fu Yuan, and often in a battle between experts, speed was the key to victory. Of course, the most amazing thing was Baiyue's exquisite blade skills. It was so perfect that there were almost no flaws. Fu Yuan's defeat in her hands was not at all undeserved. The people of Tensei Prefecture were excited, but the people of the Falcon Martial House were all silent, dejectedly carrying the immobile Fu Yuan away for treatment. Especially the dean of the Falcon Martial House. His old face was dark and ashen. If from today onwards, Tensei Prefecture was no longer the school at the bottom, then the school at the bottom would undoubtedly be replaced by the Falcon Martial House. Hee. Old Falcon is probably going to die from anger. Imperial Martial House's Dean, Guan Du, who was specially set up in the north, said with a faint smile. Didn't that guy from your Imperial Martial House also lose to that little guy, Heavenly Star? Imperial Wind's Dean, Yu Yan, casually replied. So what? Your Imperial Wind's girl with the lunar battle physique also couldn't move because of that guy from Heavenly Star? The 2 of them began to quarrel with each other. Everyone couldn't help but react. Imperial Martial and Imperial Wind, the 1st and 2nd rank schools, had actually been abused by Heavenly Star. Amidst the celebrations, Baiyue returned to Heavenly Star's seat. However, other than the Falcon Martial House, there were naturally others who were disdainful. What's there to be proud of? Wasn't he just lucky to meet some trash? Shen Xinwen, who was sitting in the consonant's Marshall House's seat, sneered in dissatisfaction. She still had hatred towards Chu Hen in her heart, but she also had the mentality of hate the house and its crow. She was also biased against the Tensei prefecture. She then turned to Shen Yunqi beside her and said, "Brother, it's time for you and that Long Qingyang to go up next. That Long Qingyang is that arrogant guy's brother, so he's definitely not a good person. You must teach him a good lesson first." "That's right," Shang Zhe also chimed in. "Last time in St. Bell City, that Long Qingyang dared to openly provoke you, senior brother Shin. That time he took advantage of you, and that's why they keep pushing their luck. This time, no matter what, we can't let him off so easily." Shan Yunqi only smiled in response to their words. No one could guess what he was thinking and what he was thinking. Chapter 203. In the blink of an eye, 15 matches of the top 32 had been fought. In the past 15 matches, Chu Hen, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue from Tensei Prefecture had all defeated their opponents and made it to the top 16. The 16th match that was about to take place caused the atmosphere to become rowdy. One of the most popular contestants, Shen Yunqi, was about to take the stage. Haha, I believe that many in the audience can't hold back their excitement anymore. Lu Tong laughed heartily from the northern stands. All right then, I'm afraid that I'll be disliked if I continue to spout nonsense. I hereby announce that the last match of the first round has begun. Let us welcome the two geniuses, Lingxi Shen Yunqi and Mammoth Long Qingyang, onto the stage. His voice was loud and impassioned. Boom! The atmosphere in the arena was like a flood that had broken through a dam, sweeping in all directions and igniting the crowd. Since Shen Yunqi was at the end of the queue, his supporters had been suppressing their restless emotions in their hearts. Now that they had vented their emotions, they were especially excited. Shan Yunqi will win. Shan Yunqi will be the champion. Shan Yunqi will be the strongest. As one of the most popular contestants on the Earth ranking this year, Long Qingyang's support was definitely higher than Long Qingyang's. Although there were also many who supported the latter, he was clearly at a disadvantage compared to Shen Yunqi. Amidst the cheers of the entire audience, Shen Yunqi's steps were calm and steady. He calmly walked from the consonant's Marshall House's spectator stands to the Marshall Arena. His suave temperament, handsome face, and the faintly revealed sharp sword aura caused Shen Yunqi to be exceptionally dazzling, like the stars in the night sky. Long Qingyang also ascended the arena. He was also handsome and had a valiant aura between his brows. In the Tensei Prefecture spectator stands, Chu Hen narrowed his eyes, feeling a little worried. Given Long Qingyang's personality, he would definitely give it his all in this match, but the chances of him defeating Shen Yunqi and winning the match were slim. On the Bright Moon Academy side, Long Xuanchuang looked calm, but there was a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Long Qingyang, do your best. Shen Yunqi will win. Long Qingyang, I believe you can do it. Shan Yunqi, the absolute champion. Accompanied by the frenzied commotion, the aura emitted by the two combatants in the arena became vigorous and powerful. In contrast to Long Qingyang's cautiousness, Shen Yunqi was nonchalant and playful. If I were you, I would honestly give up now. Humph. Long Qingyang frowned and replied coldly, Don't you think too highly of yourself? I, Long Qingyang, am not a coward. Why would I be afraid of this arena? Long Qingyang was born in the general's residence of Raging Rain City. His grandfather was a famous general of the Sacred Star Dynasty, and his father, Long Zhan, was also a man of indomitable spirit. In terms of character, Long Qingyang was very similar to Long Zhan in that they were both proud and unyielding. However, in Shen Yunqi's eyes, Long Qingyang's actions were laughable. In the Lingxi Marshall House audience, Shen Xinwen pursed her lips in disdain. He wants to fight Big Brother with that little ability? What a shameless boast. You two brothers are indeed the same, So arrogant and conceited, Shangzi sneered. Big brother will soon show him what it means to be a coward. Make your move. Shan Yunqi raised his left hand with a playful smile on his face, as if he was going to let Long Qingyang take a few moves first. Humph, don't look down on me. Hee, you're thinking too much. I'm not looking down on you, because you're not even worthy of my attention. His mocking voice pierced everyone's eardrums like needles. Buzz! Before he finished speaking, Long Qingyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, raging red flames rose from his body. Shing! The heavy sound of metal reverberated in the air as a heavy halberd covered in green scales appeared in Long Qingyang's hand. What's that? The green scale halberd? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. That's right. That's Lu Shao's spiritual weapon. Why is it in Long Qingyang's hands? Don't you know? Lu Shao was killed by Chu Hen in yesterday's battle for the top 32. Even his weapon was taken by him. This green scale halberd was most likely given to Long Qingyang by Chu Hen. Damn, it can't be. Lu Shao was killed by Chu Hen? Those who did not know about this could not help but find it hard to believe. One had to know that Lu Shao was not like Yi Yu, whose cultivation level was at the second stage of the core transformation realm. Lu Shao, on the other hand, was a true second stage core transformation realm cultivator. Coupled with the power of the green scale halberd, his battle prowess was close to the third stage of the core transformation realm. Upon hearing this news, those who thought that Chu Hen was lucky to make it to the top 16 could not help but think otherwise. Buzz! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Long Qingyang was already charging at Shen Yunqi with the green scale, halberd in hand. A powerful aura rushed forth like a mountain torrent. The green scale's heavy halberd was surrounded by a dense green light, and the fine scales shone with a dazzling brilliance. Its aura was astonishing. Circles of dense green air swirled around the tip of the halberd, and an extremely powerful attack went straight for Shen Yunqi's chest. Humph! A grain of rice dares to compete with the sun and the moon? Shen Yunqi sneered disdainfully as he grabbed at the air with his right hand. A clearly visible golden sword aura instantly condensed into a gorgeous plum blossom in his palm. Shen Yunqi stretched out 2 fingers and held the plum blossom between his index and middle finger. He calmly faced the oncoming force head-on. Bang! The surface of the platform trembled, and a golden halo immediately spread out. The delicate golden plum blossom between Shen Yunqi's fingers had forcefully blocked the sharp and domineering edge of the green scale halberd. The appearance of this scene once again made the people who supported Shen Yunqi extremely excited. Long Qingyang had charged forward with great momentum, and with the boost from his spirit weapon, it was easy to imagine how powerful his attack was. However, it was blocked so easily by Shen Yunqi, which was truly surprising. Buzz, buzz, the tip of the halberd and the plum blossom constantly collided with each other, causing ripples of gentle light to appear from the center of the two. Long Qingyang frowned slightly as the blood vessels on his arm bulged. He felt as if the green scale halberd had struck a thick metal plate, unable to advance any further. That seemingly small and exquisite plum blossom actually contained such a huge amount of power. Is that all you've got? Did you not eat? Shen Yunqi teased. Humph, don't celebrate too early. Long Qingyang's eyes narrowed as he moved his palm. A ball of scorching flames extended along the halberd's body, the heat causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. In the blink of an eye, the raging flames pounced at Shen Yunqi like a ferocious beast. Hee, that's interesting. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Yunqi crushed the plum blossom between his fingers. With a muffled bang, the plum blossom was broken into 8 petals. The 8 petals then flew up, piercing through the flames like a sword and heading straight for Long Qingyang. Long Qingyang's expression changed slightly as he sensed the power contained within the 8 petals. As he withdrew the green scale halberd, he leaped into the air, jumping a dozen meters into the air. Surging flames surged out as Long Qingyang formed a seal with one hand, his powerful aura rising steadily. Flower rain falling heavenly flames. Buzz! In the next instant, hundreds of 1-meter-wide fireballs descended from the sky, covering the sky as they pounced at Shen Yunqi like a rain of fire. The sky was filled with a rain of fireballs. It was as beautiful as fireworks. Even the sky seemed to have dimmed a little. The audience below the stage all felt an incomparably scorching wave of air pressing down on them. "Humph, it's just a small trick, it's just SOO," Shen Yunqi was unconcerned. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful sword aura was released from his body. The sword aura, as stable as a mountain, formed a thick crescent shield in front of Shen Yunqi. The endless fireballs struck the shield one after another, only to be directly repelled. Bang, 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 heavy explosions rang out one after another. With Shen Yunqi at the center, charred holes appeared on the surface of the arena. Shen Yunqi did not feel the slightest threat after the first round of attacks. But at this moment, Long Qingyang's hand seals suddenly sped up several times, and the aura he exuded grew stronger. Buzz, buzz, incomparably scorching heat spread in all directions. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, Long Qingyang opened his mouth slightly and spat out a solid fireball. Fire Dragon Dance. Roar! A deep dragon roar rang out in all directions, and a mighty aura shook the entire arena. The solid fireball rapidly grew in size as it flew towards Shen Yunqi, instantly transforming into a mighty blue fire dragon. The fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Shen Yunqi, slamming into the crescent shield formed by the sword aura. Everyone's eyes were drawn to this gorgeous scene. Long Qingyang's battle technique was gorgeous and captivating. Crack! Shortly after, the energy sword shield in front of Shen Yunqi split into long, narrow cracks. This, Shen Yunqi's pupils shrank as his brows furrowed. Thud! At the same time, Long Qingyang landed on the ground. The moment he touched the ground, he leapt into the air like a ferocious beast pouncing on its prey. Long Qingyang charged straight at Shen Yunqi, his hands tightly gripping the halberd's middle section as he raised it above his head. The tip of the halberd was aimed straight at Shen Yunqi, like a spear piercing a fish. Rings of powerful flames quickly climbed up the halberd's body, and to everyone's astonishment, the red flames on Long Qingyang's body had strangely turned white. Chapter 204. What's that? The bone flame spirit fire? Everyone was astonished as they watched the transformation of the flames on Long Qingyang's body. The originally red flames had turned a strange white, and even the scorching heat had rapidly receded. However, the aura it emitted was several times stronger than before. The white bone flame, spirit fire, rapidly swirled around the green scales heavy halberd. Long Qingyang gripped the halberd with both hands and swung it down at Shen Yunqi with a force that could destroy mountains and rivers. The piercingly cold aura was peerless and domineering. Bang! Under everyone's surprised gazes, the unstoppable halberd slammed into Shen Yunqi's glowing sword shield. The shield, which had already been shattered by the dance of the fire dragon, could no longer withstand Long Qingyang's brutal attack. The sword protective shield immediately shattered. Good. The eyes of the giant elephant martial house students lit up as they excitedly clenched their fists. Even Chu Hen, who was in the Heavenly Star Martial House's area, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as a bright light flashed in his eyes. Long Qingyang had always used ordinary flames to fight, but who would have known that back in St. Bell City, Long Qingyang had subdued the seed of the bone flame's spiritual fire and successfully evolved his burning flame martial body to the bone flame battle body. The white flames were the bone flame spirit fire. Although the flame did not seem to have any heat, in fact, its high temperature was all converged inside. Once touched, even steel would instantly melt into molten iron. Boom! The powerful attack broke through Shen Yunqi's defenses, But the halberd's momentum did not falter as it continued to slash at Shen Yunqi's chest with domineering bone flame, spirit fire swirling around it. Just when some people thought that Shen Yunqi was going to suffer because of his carelessness, a sharp sword suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yunqi. Bang! The tip of the heavy green scales halberd directly smashed against the sword, and the surging impact caused the sword to bend into an arc. Then, with a loud bang, a terrifying sword momentum broke out from Shen Yunqi's body like a stormy sea. The curved sword blossomed with a dazzling golden light, then bounced back, sending Long Qingyang and his halberd flying backwards. Long Qingyang spun a few times in the air and retreated 40 to 50 meters before regaining his footing. On the other hand, Shen Yunqi did not move a single step. Compared to before, there was only a sharp long sword in his hand, and endless sword aura was constantly rising from his body. You now have the right to make me draw my sword. Shen Yunqi stared coldly at Long Qingyang in front of him, his cold and stern aura unwittingly terrifying. Another round of sighs and exclamations rang out in the audience. Shen Yunqi was Shen Yunqi after all. As one of the kings of popularity on this year's Earth list, his strength was not just for show. This person is so young, but he has already trained his swordsmanship to such a high level. It's really rare. On the northern spectator stand, the dean of Tifeng province, Yu Yan, nodded in admiration. That kid from the giant elephant martial house isn't bad either. Huangwu Dean Guandu added, I didn't expect to see a treasure like the Bone Flame Spirit Fire this year. Apart from the giant elephant martial house's Dean Kuangwei, the other deans narrowed their eyes with a trace of astonishment. Others might not know, but they all knew that the Bone Flame Spirit Fire was a flame formed from the bones, bloodline, and soul of a dead demonic beast. It was an extremely rare flame. It would take at least 500 years to 1,000 years for a fire seed to be formed. Moreover, ordinary people could not refine the Bone Flame Spirit Fire's fire seed. Only Wu Xiao, who possessed a fire attribute bloodline, could devour it. Needless to say, the hardships he faced during this period were obvious. In truth, everyone had only seen Long Qingyang's magnificent battle technique, but no one had imagined the hardships he had gone through. That was the reason why Long Qingyang wouldn't give up so easily. I believe it won't take more than a few years for this kid to become a great person. However, Huangwu Dean Guandu paused for a moment before turning to the silent spirit Rhino Dean Susher and saying meaningfully, not only are his opponents stronger than him, but they are also extremely dangerous. Big Brother will definitely win. Show him your power, Shan Xinwen shouted. Her face was filled with pride, as if she wanted to tell everyone that she was Shen Yunqi's little sister. In the arena, both of them exuded an unusually powerful aura. Long Qingyang didn't look too optimistic, his eyes cold as he held the cyan scale, halberd behind his back. Shen Yunqi pointed his sword at his opponent, a cold gale rising from his feet. Come, let me see what your strongest move is. If you don't use your strongest attack, then... Shen Yunqi's tone suddenly rose. You won't have a chance anymore. Everyone's expressions changed when they sensed Shen Yunqi's undisguised, killing intent. Long Qingyang's bone blaze spirit fire had already made Shen Yunqi want to kill him. If Long Qingyang was allowed to continue growing, it wasn't impossible for the bone blaze spirit fire to evolve into a profound body. Such a threat couldn't be allowed to live. Long Qingyang, get down. A cold female voice suddenly rang out from the bright Moon Academy. Everyone was stunned. The one who said that was Long Xuanshuang. Even though Long Xuanshuang was known as the Ice Beauty and had never called Long Qingyang Big Brother before, they were still family. She didn't want to watch Long Qingyang die to Shan Yunqi's sword. Chu Hen, who was seated in the Tensei prefecture seats, couldn't help but clench his fists. He wanted to dissuade Long Qingyang, but he swallowed his words. He knew Long Qingyang's personality. He wouldn't give up until the very end, even if there was only a sliver of hope. Just as expected, Long Qingyang paid no attention to Long Xuanxuang as the aura emanating from his body grew stronger. In the next instant, white flames soared into the sky like a tidal wave that was dozens of meters high. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanxuang, coldly barked once again. "Shut up. I'm your big brother. You have no right to decide my affairs." Long Qingyang roared angrily as he stared coldly at Xin Yunqi, who had a frivolous smile on his face. "Perhaps you really should listen to your sister. It's better to be a coward than to lose your life," Long Qingyang said disdainfully. "Humph! I also told you to shut up." Long Qingyang had no intention of backing down, even though he knew that Xin Yunqi was trying to goad him into action. In an instant, endless white flames gathered above Long Qingyang's head, enveloping the entire arena with a mountainous aura. The crowd couldn't help but narrow their eyes at the sight of Long Qingyang's aura. It seemed like Long Qingyang wasn't just trying to show off. He had a powerful trump card up his sleeve. "Xin Yunqi, don't look down on me. Do you think I, Long Qingyang, am as weak as you think I am?" Bone Flame, Flaming Dragon Dance. Bone Flame, Flaming Dragon Dance. Rumble, a violent gust of wind rose with the force of thunder. In a split second, countless people in the audience felt a strong pressure. Roar! The peerless roar of the dragon hurt the eardrums of countless people. In the next instant, a white fire dragon that was nearly 100 meters long rose into the sky. Then, with an incomparably powerful pressure, it swooped down toward Xin Yunqi. Sand and stones flew from the arena, and thick tiles flew into the air. Wherever the fire dragon formed by the bone flame, spiritual fire, went, the space would tremble. The audience gasped in surprise once again. Shan Yunqi was probably feeling the pressure at this moment. In the face of the menacing attack, Xin Yunqi's face showed a hint of caution that he had never shown before. "Humph, I've underestimated you. But you're wrong if you think you can beat me like this. Buzz!" Before his voice faded, a gentle blue light suddenly bloomed in front of Xin Yunqi. "What's that?" "The water curse seal." "It can't be wrong. It's the water curse seal of St. Bell City." Everyone's eyes lit up, and their faces were filled with envy. The crystal-clear water sigil, which looked like a blue-glazed crystal, erupted with an incomparably resplendent light. Boom! Along with a surging aura, a huge ball of water immediately enveloped Xin Yunqi. The huge ball of water glowed with a crystalline luster, protecting Xin Yunqi from all directions. When the white fire dragon attacked with a terrifying might, a screen of water rose into the sky like a tsunami. Rumble! In the next moment, the ferocious and domineering flaming dragon hit the water curtain, and the furious power collided, directly shocking the audience. Circles of blue water ripples bloomed on the stage, and the entire arena shook. The aftermath of the chaotic shockwaves surged towards the spectator stands in all directions, and everyone felt the immense pressure of that enormous power. Roar! The flaming dragon, formed by the bone flame, spiritual fire, penetrated the towering curtain of water, and then its attack did not slow down. Under everyone's shocked gazes, it fiercely hit the huge ball of water. The violent lethality was like a mountain, and the moment the two collided, the sky darkened. Circles of blue water ripples and white flames swept in all directions. The huge ball of water that enveloped Xin Yunqi was violently restless, as if there was a terrifying undercurrent surging inside. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Apart from Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang, who looked solemn, even Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Luo Mingshang, Xiaoyan, Bai Yue, and many other contestants in the top 16 looked cautious. Chapter 205. Boom! An incomparably violent energy instantly burst out from the battle stage, and the powerful impact was like a torrent colliding with a mountain. In that instant, the entire world dimmed a little. Ripples of blue water and white flames swept out in all directions, violently shaking the giant ball of water that enveloped Xin Yunqi. There seemed to be an undercurrent surging within it, making it exceptionally uneasy. No one dared to underestimate Long Qingyang at the sight of the scene. The destructive power of such an attack was truly frightening. An incomparably heavy explosion rang out. Under countless horrified gazes, the water ball that enveloped Shen Yunqi was forcefully blown apart from the middle. The piercingly cold airflow was mixed with an incomparably cold chill. Countless crystal-clear water ripples instantly bloomed like fireworks, wantonly spreading in all directions. He actually broke through the defense of the water curse seal. Amazing! Long Qingyang is actually so powerful. Along with the astonishment of the audience, the earth-shattering bone blaze, spiritual fire surged toward Shen Yunqi, who was exposed in the air. Humph! What a surprise! Shen Yunqi's sword aura rose as sharp sword aura swam around his body, his cold eyes flashing with a chilling light. I now declare that you, Long Qingyang, are qualified to be my opponent. You are worthy for me to use my full strength. Use my full strength? What? Everyone was shocked once again. Soon after, torrential sword aura swiftly gathered in Shen Yunqi's sword, the dazzling golden light so dazzling that it seemed as if it had been soaked in the radiance of the sun. In the next moment, Shen Yunqi raised his hand and slashed out. HSS! The white bone blaze, spiritual fire was like a river that had been split apart as an incomparably solid sword aura pierced out with irresistible force, causing space to tremble wherever it passed. Single yuan slash. The surging power stirred the airflow in the arena, the rapid rumbling of waves exceptionally sharp. Long Qingyang's pupils shrank as a dense aura of danger assaulted him. He hurriedly raised the heavy green scales halberd in front of him. Bang! The powerful sword light slashed down, and a bright light spread out. Long Qingyang, who had almost used up all of his Zhen Yuan, shuddered violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the halberd flew out of his hand. Binary slash. As soon as Shen Yunqi's voice fell, a sword light that was even more powerful than before swept over again. On the Tensei prefecture seats, Chu Hen's face changed dramatically, and he could not help but clench his fists. On the Bright Moon School side, Long Xuanchuang frowned, her beautiful face full of shock. Boom! A second ray of sword light slammed into Long Qingyang's body, sending him flying as a bone-deep gash ran from his shoulder to his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as Long Qingyang's eyes bulged and his face turned red with anger. Hee, it's over. A cold smile appeared on Shen Yunqi's face. 3 Origin. Slash. Swish. The rapid wind pierced the eardrums of everyone present. Looking at the resplendent sword light that traversed the entire arena, it was like a stream of light that had lasted for thousands of years, emitting a boundless killing intent. At the same time, Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang swiftly flew down from their seats. However, the spectator stands were quite a distance away from the arena. Before the two of them could do anything to stop it, the third fatal sword ray struck Long Qingyang's body. Ah! Long Qingyang screamed in pain as a second gash appeared on his chest. This sword strike was even more lethal than the previous 2 strikes. The audience below the stage could vaguely see the internal organs through the bloody wound. Vicious! Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Long Qingyang's chances of survival were very slim at this level of injury. 3 strikes in a row sent Long Qingyang flying off the stage. However, a second before Long Qingyang hit the ground, he was caught by Chu Hen. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang also arrived in front of the two. Long Qingyang's body was twitching violently as blood gushed out, dyeing Chu Hen's hands red. Quick, second sister, use your mysterious ice chi to freeze his wound. Chu Hen hurriedly said. Long Xuanchuang clenched her fists and released a wisp of mysterious ice chi towards Long Qingyang. The latter's body trembled as the blood in his wound quickly froze. Then Chu Hen moved his palm, and a beautiful red lotus suddenly appeared in his hand. "What's that?" "The blood crystal lotus." A cry of surprise rang out from the audience. Shen, Xinwen, Shangzhe, and the others in the consonant's Marshall House's spectator stands all had cold looks on their faces when they saw the blood crystal lotus. The reason why they had a grudge against Chu Hen was because of this blood crystal lotus. However, seeing Long Qingyang half dead after being beaten by Shen Yunqi made them feel exceptionally happy. Chu Hen immediately crushed the blood crystal lotus into a ball of powder and poured it into Long Qingyang's mouth. Long Qingyang's condition visibly stabilized after consuming the blood crystal lotus, but he soon fell unconscious. Qingyang, Long Qingyang's good friend Su Chuan, and the others also ran down from the giant elephant Marshall House's spectator stands. Su Chuan was furious at the sight of Long Qingyang's weak aura and fainted state. He pointed at Shen Yunqi and said, "Shen, aren't you a little too ruthless?" Everyone turned to look at Shen Yunqi again. Apart from the 5 great deans in the northern stands, everyone else's gazes towards him had changed. There was caution, fear, indignation, but most of all there was amazement. "Interesting." Wei Qingfan's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, "If everything goes according to plan, my final opponent will most likely be you." Yao Zhan let out a soft sigh as he thought to himself, "This person is indeed a strong opponent. I'll have to be careful if I meet him." Shen Yunqi's lips curled into a mocking smile in response to Su Chuan's question. "I've already said that I'll take his life." "You?" Su Chuan frowned, but could not refute him. Killing was allowed in the All-Academy martial competition. After all, swords had no eyes, and anything could happen. Even if Shen Yunqi killed Long Qingyang on the spot, no one would be able to hold him responsible. Chu Hen's eyes surged with an incomparably cold gloom. "I'm the one you want to target, so why vent your anger on others?" Well said. Shan Yunqi did not seem to care. He glanced at Chu Hen, then slowly walked towards the green scales halberd that Long Qingyang had dropped on the stage. "Although the relationship between me and Lu Shao hasn't reached the point where I would avenge him, however, you guys really don't deserve this green scales halberd." Shortly after, Shen Yunqi lifted his foot and lightly kicked the heavy green scales halberd. Shangzhe, swish! The green scales halberd left a long trail in the air as it flew towards the Lingxi Marshall House's spectator stands. Shang Zhe's eyes lit up as he hurriedly got up and caught the halberd in his hand. "Ha ha ha ha! Thank you, senior brother Yunqi." Shang Zhe was extremely pleased, and the surrounding crowd was filled with envy. One must know that the green scales halberd was a spirit weapon that countless people coveted. As Shang Zhe put away the halberd, he did not forget to throw a disdainful look at Chu Hen. Chu Hen knew very well that Shen Yunqi's actions were undoubtedly telling him that the old scores from St. Bell City had yet to be settled. The atmosphere in the arena seemed to have frozen and tensed up. Pride and chilliness rose from Shen Yunqi and Chu Hen's bodies, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Cough, cough! At this moment, a cough sounded from the northern stands. Lu Tong saw that something was about to happen and hurriedly took control of the situation. 16 exciting matches have finally come to an end. First of all, I must congratulate the geniuses who made it to the top 16. The atmosphere in the arena became a little livelier as everyone turned to look at Lu Tong, subconsciously sweeping their eyes over Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Xiaoyan Luomingshan, and the other contestants who had advanced. The first round of the qualifiers is more or less over. However, I believe that everyone here is very much looking forward to the matches between the top 16 and the top 8 tomorrow. Therefore, I have made a decision on my own, and that is to announce the groups of the 8 matches tomorrow. Wow! As soon as he said that, everyone in the arena immediately agreed with him. Every one of them had a look of anticipation on their faces. Lu Tong smiled and turned to look at the deans of the 5 academies. He nodded slightly and then injected his true origin energy into the clear water mirror beside him. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the clear water mirror emitted a gentle glow. The names of the 16 students who had advanced to the next round began to change their positions freely. Stop! Lu Tong shouted softly. Immediately, under everyone's expectant gazes, the 16 names began to be divided into 8 groups, with 2 people in each group. Lingxi, Shen Yunqi. Looking at the first name of the first group, the audience was a little surprised. They did not expect that they would be ranked first in the first round after the first round. Then, everyone stared closely at the second name. When the second name fell into a state of stillness, there was a commotion in the arena. Everyone was no longer calm. They only saw that beside Shen Yunqi's name, it was astonishingly heavenly star Chu Hen. Boom! All sorts of uproar broke out. The audience could not help but wonder if Lu Tong was doing this on purpose. Isn't this too inconceivable? Shen Yunqi's eyes narrowed as a cruel sneer appeared on his lips. At that moment, Chu Hen slowly rose to his feet and aimed his blood-stained right fist at Shen Yunqi. Everyone was stunned by Chu Hen's action. Chu Hen pointed his index finger at his opponent, his provocation obvious. His throat moved as he coldly spat out a few words. This blood debt must be repaid. Chapter 206. Half the sky was dyed red by the setting sun in the evening. The nightlife in the capital had just begun. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the day, the city was brightly lit at night, making it seem even more prosperous. Everyone was talking enthusiastically about the first round of the Earth ranking tournament that had just ended in the day. This year's tournament isn't any less exciting than last year's. I think so too. The Earth ranking tournament is already this exciting. I can only imagine how high the sky ranking will go. Shen Yunqi versus Chu Hen in the first match tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. What's there to see? Even Long Qingyang was beaten half to death by Shen Yunqi. I wonder if he's still alive. Do you think Chu Hen will be a match for Shen Yunqi? That's hard to say. You didn't see Chu Hen today. His eyes are like those of a savage beast. There's bound to be a fierce battle tomorrow. In any case, I don't think Chu Hen has a chance. Even 2 of him won't be a match for Shen Yunqi. I think so too. While all the busybodies in the city were discussing the results of tomorrow's tournament, Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Su Chuan, and a few others were anxiously waiting in the corridor of a room in the giant elephant martial house. All of them were silent, and their brows were tightly knitted together. An anxious and uneasy atmosphere floated in the air. How is it? A gentle female voice suddenly sounded from outside. Chun Yu had appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. When she saw Chu Hen and the others, she hurried over to ask, "How is senior brother Qingyang?" As a fellow giant elephant martial house student, it was not strange for Yu Chenyu to be here. Chu Hen shook his head with a gloomy look on his face. "Don't worry. Elder Gu is the most skilled doctor in our school. With him around, he'll definitely be fine." Yu Chenyu had just learned that the medical elder of the martial house, Elder Gu, was treating Long Qingyang. She was here to see the results. Chu Hen squeezed out a smile and nodded lightly. Since young, Long Qingyang had always played the role of an older brother. Even though they weren't related by blood, their bond was no less than that of biological brothers. Long Qingyang's setback this year had something to do with Chu Hen. After all, Long Qingyang and Shen Yunqi didn't have a grudge against each other. A large part of the reason was because of him, which was why Chu Hen blamed himself so much. Creak! Suddenly the door behind him opened. Everyone's hearts lit up, and they quickly turned around. Accompanied by a pungent smell of herbs, 2 middle-aged men walked out of the room. One of them was Long Qingyang and Su Chuan's direct mentor, Yu Shan. There was another person who was slightly plump, slightly older, and had an amiable face. "How is Qingyang, Elder Gu?" Su Chuan was the first to ask. "His life is no longer in danger." Hearing these words, everyone immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. Their taut heartstrings were finally relaxed. He was fine. Chu Hen couldn't help but exchange glances with Long Xuanxuang, and they both saw the relief in each other's eyes. "I told you, with Elder Go around, he'll definitely be fine." Yu Chenyu patted Chu Hen's shoulder lightly, feeling happy for him. "Haha, you think too highly of me, lass." Elder Gu smiled warmly, then looked at Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang. Fortunately, the two of you treated him in time, and with the help of the blood crystal lotus he managed to survive. Otherwise, even the most skilled doctor in the capital wouldn't have been able to save him, much less me. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He then asked, "Elder Gu, can we go in and see him?" "You'd better not." The one who spoke was Teacher Yushan. He raised his hand slightly and said, "Qingyang is currently very weak. It's best not to disturb him for the next few days. I'll send a few students over to keep an eye on him later. And if anything happens, I'll inform you." Chu Hen nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Teacher Yushan." Yushan heaved a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he looked at Chu Hen. To be honest, after 2 or 3 interactions, Yushan had a basic understanding of Chu Hen, and he didn't dislike him. "The two of you should go back and rest as soon as possible. Both of you have matches tomorrow," Yushan said to Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang. The round of 16 was even more difficult, especially for Chu Hen, whose opponent was Shin Yunqi. Everyone had witnessed the latter's strength today. Although Chu Hen's battle prowess was far above the element linking stage 9, his chances of winning were pitifully small. "Teacher is right. You two should go back and rest. I'll keep an eye on Qingyang from here." Su Chuan echoed. "Thank you." Chu Hen cupped his fists, expressing his gratitude. Then he bid farewell to Long Xuanxuang. Yu Chenyu hesitated for a moment, but also left with the two. By the time they left the mammoth Marshall House, the sky was almost dark. A gust of night wind blew, carrying with it a cold chill. "Are you really going to participate in tomorrow's match?" Long Xuanxuang, who hadn't said a word, suddenly asked. Yu Chenyu, who was at the side, also looked at Chu Hen with astonishment. Chu Hen let out a deep breath of relief. Looking at the dusky sky, his handsome outline faintly revealed a trace of unswerving determination. Yes, it was a simple answer. Long Xuanxuang frowned, a hint of seriousness on her beautiful face. "Since you know that Shen Yunqi is targeting you, why are you putting on a brave front like Long Qingyang?" "Putting on a brave front?" Chu Hen smiled faintly, as if he didn't think he was putting on a brave front at all. "You should forfeit tomorrow," Long Xuanxuang said. Chu Hen didn't answer, but his eyes were gloomy. "I don't want to see another person lying in a room needing to be taken care of." "I'll think about it." Chu Hen smiled, then said to Yu Chenyu, "We're going back to the school. You should go too." That Yu Chenyu's beautiful eyes wandered, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. "I'm not staying in the school. I'm going back to the general's mansion. It's on the way to Tensei Prefecture." Chu Hen didn't think much of it, then said to Long Xuanxuang, "Then we'll be going first." With that he left on his own. As she watched the two leave, Long Xuanxuang felt like there was a huge rock in her heart. She could only shake her head and sigh helplessly. People were coming and going on the streets. It was especially lively. Chu Hen and Yu Chenyu walked side by side, their shoulders bumping against each other from time to time. How about we go get something to eat?" Yu Chenyu asked softly. Chu Hen shook his head. He didn't have much of an appetite at the moment. "But I'm so hungry. Just treat it as if you're accompanying me." With that, Yu Chenyu grabbed Chu Hen's arm and pulled him towards a busy street. not caring if he agreed or not. Chu Hen was a little speechless. This woman was a little bossy. I say, Miss Jinyu, aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you holding a man's hand in public? What's there to be afraid of? Do you think I, Yu Chinyu, am afraid of not being able to get married? That's true. Chu Hen was a little amused. You're not afraid of not being able to get married, but I'm afraid that your man will come after me in the future. What do you mean by that? Isn't it just holding hands? If that's the case, that man is too petty. I'll just kick him away. Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh at Yu Chinyu's words, and his mood improved. We're here. This is the restaurant. The food is super delicious. Yu Chinyu's large eyes lit up, making her look as cute as a gluttonous cat. Chu Hen smiled. In front of him was a luxuriously decorated restaurant. It had a first floor and a second floor. It was brightly lit, and the strong aroma of delicious food constantly drifted out from inside, causing people's appetite to increase. Just as Yu Chinyu was about to lead Chu Hen in, a familiar yet piercing voice sounded from the second floor. Haha, that Long Qingyang really deserves to die. Of all people, he offended him. He actually dared to provoke our senior brother Yinshi. Let's see if he still dares to provoke us in the future after we teach him a lesson. That's right, hee junior sister Xinwen. You finally vented your anger, haven't you? Humph, that Long Qingyang is nothing. I'll only let it go when I see Big Brother teach that bastard Chu Hen a lesson tomorrow. Junior sister Xinwen, don't worry. A mere Chu Hen isn't even worthy of carrying senior brother Yun Shi's shoes. Tomorrow, you'll see how pitiful he looks when senior brother Yin Shi beats him to the ground. The voices from upstairs spread to the surrounding streets without any hesitation. Although many people nearby were dissatisfied and thought that they were too loud, when they heard the 3 words Shinyunshi, they only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Yu Chinyu frowned and stopped in her tracks. She grabbed Chu Hen's wrist and said, Let's go to another restaurant. I know a good one. However, Chu Hen was unmoved, his handsome face filled with coldness. No, we'll go to this one. The second floor was brightly lit. Near the balcony, there were 5 or 6 young men and women chatting and drinking around a table full of delicious food. Hee, Shangzai, you're really lucky today. Senior brother Yin, she even gave you the green scale halberd. You don't have to say anything. Today's meal is on you. A young man squinted his eyes and smiled, his tone filled with envy. Shangzai, who was sitting beside Shin Xinwen, looked relaxed and proud. Hee, no problem. It's a pity that senior brother Yin, she has to prepare for tomorrow's competition. Otherwise, I'd definitely toast him. Humph, I don't get it. It's just a trash like Chu Hen. What's there for senior brother Yin she to prepare for? Buffed. Aren't you overestimating that guy? Shin Xinwen rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, Trash like him isn't even worthy of my brother's attention. My brother is preparing for the next few competitions. I knew it. Ha! Come, let's celebrate. Senior brother Yin, she will definitely be the champion of the Earth Board competition. Everyone was in high spirits and raised their glasses together. However, at this moment, a sudden gust of wind caused everyone's heart to tremble. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, a sharp blade of air flew towards them like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The round table in front of everyone was directly split into 2 halves. A powerful shockwave spread out, and several people were shaken and fell backwards. The delicacies on the table, including the bowls, chopsticks, and plates, fell to the ground. Which idiot is causing trouble here? Shang Zai scolded angrily. Before he finished speaking, a young figure suddenly appeared on the balcony of the second floor. Chapter 207. It's me. The cold voice was as sharp and piercing as a cold light. When Shan Xinwen, Shang Zai, Lin Hai, and the rest saw the newcomer, their expressions immediately changed. Chu Hen. Lin Hai's eyes darkened as he pointed at the newcomer and angrily rebuked. What are you doing here? Humph! Chu Hen sneered as his brows were filled with playfulness. His figure moved as he raised his palm and struck towards the other party. You! Lin Hai was startled as he did not expect the other party to attack so suddenly. He clenched his teeth and faced the other party's palm attack head-on. Humph! Don't be arrogant here. However, when Lin Hai came into contact with Chu Hen's powerful palm attack, he finally understood how great the gap between them was. With a bang, Lin Hai was directly sent flying as if he had been hit by a mountain. He smashed another table and chair as he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Bastard! On the other side, Shang Zhe was enraged as a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Without a word, he raised his sword and stabbed towards Chu Hen. I want your life. Humph! You dare to stand out with just this little ability. Chu Hen's face was filled with disdain as his hand swiftly stretched out and grabbed the other party's wrist with lightning speed. Subsequently, his palm moved. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally clear as a painful scream rang out from Shang Zhe's mouth. Chu Hen lifted his leg and kicked the other party's abdomen. Bang! Shang Zhe directly fell heavily onto the ground and could not even get up. Immediately after, the other people also charged towards Chu Hen as a biting cold and powerful aura rose from their bodies. Chu Hen, you little thief, don't be too arrogant. Die! A bunch of useless good-for-nothings dare to speak so boldly here. Before his voice faded, an incomparably overbearing aura leaked out from Chu Hen's body. A dense black halo was like ripples on the surface of water as it instantly spread out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang! Along with a few overlapping muffled sounds, the powerful shockwave swept out with a sweeping momentum, sending several other people flying. One by one, they fell to the ground, coughing up blood, unable to get up. The other guests around them were so scared that they hid the back. Shen Xinwen was the only one who didn't make a move. She glared at Chu Hen furiously. What do you want to do? Chu Hen, I'm telling you, you're dead meat tomorrow. My brother won't let you off. Whoosh! A heavy metallic sound rang out in the air. Before Shen Xinwen could finish cursing, she felt a cold sensation on her throat. A sharp spear was already pressed against her neck. Shen Xinwen's whole body instantly turned cold, and a great panic appeared on her face. At this moment, the aura emanating from Chu Hen's body was so cold that it was terrifying. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you. Chu Hen shouted in a deep voice. Shen Xinwen was trembling in fear, and her face was as pale as paper. Chu Hen, how dare you? Lin Hai and the others who crawled up from the ground were extremely angry. Pairs of eyes filled with anger stared fiercely at Chu Hen. Chu Hen sneered, and his eyelids twitched slightly. He said in an indifferent tone, I'll give you half an hour. Get Xin Yunxi to come here immediately. What did you say? Lin Hai clenched his fists, and his face was full of astonishment. Tell Xin Yunxi that if he doesn't come in half an hour, this spear will definitely pierce through this woman's throat. You, still not going to scram? Chu Hen's shout directly scared the few of them to the point that they scrambled and ran towards the staircase. Junior Xinwen, don't be afraid. I will get Senior Yunxi to come here. Immediately, Lin Hai and another person hurriedly left, and the others guarded the place, not daring to move. If anything happened to Shen Xinwen, they would not have a good life. Yu Chinyu, who had just reached the stairs, was stunned by the scene in front of her before she could finish her sentence. In just the time it took to go up the stairs, Chu Hen had already caused such a mess. What are you doing? Doing what I have to do. Chu Hen replied indifferently, and then withdrew the demon Punisher spear from Shen Xinwen's throat. The latter's legs weakened, and she immediately fell to the ground. Junior Xinwen. A few people from the Lingxi martial house wanted to step forward. However, Chu Hen's cold voice once again stopped them. Who dares to take a step near her? Their expressions changed again and they immediately retreated, not daring to provoke Chu Hen. Chu Hen, let's go back. Stop messing around. If there's anything, we can settle it tomorrow. Yu Chenyu somewhat regretted bringing Chu Hen here. She didn't think that a group of people from the Spirit Rhino Martial House would coincidentally be here. She also didn't think that Chu Hen would hold Shin Xinwen as a hostage and wait for Xin Yunqi to arrive. Chu Hen did not speak, and only quietly stood on the balcony, coldly looking at the wide street below. More and more people were attracted by the commotion here. The people coming and going all surrounded the restaurant, whispering and discussing in low voices. Shan Xinwen, who sat paralyzed on the ground, felt anger and hatred in her heart. She looked at the cold figure of Chu Hen and suddenly felt an indescribable uneasiness. What's going on? Could it be that I'm afraid that my brother will lose to him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shen Xinwen shook her head and secretly cursed. Humph, when my brother comes, let's see how you die. Time passed minute by minute. The entire street was already filled with hundreds of people. At this moment, a figure with a strong aura suddenly attacked this side. Everyone was shocked. The swift and fierce sword aura was like a whirlwind that swept through the clouds. In the next moment, a young man appeared on the street below the restaurant. When this person appeared, the surrounding people could not help but take a few steps back. Brother! Shin Xinwen, who sat paralyzed beside Chu Hen, looked as if she had seen her savior and was overjoyed. Shen Yunqi's face was covered with frost, and his gloomy eyes were like sharp swords as he looked at the figure holding the spear. Do you want to die so badly? Humph. Chu Hen frivolously replied with a trace of a cold smile, and his right hand gripped the demon punisher's spear tightly and pointed it at the other party. Shin Yunqi, there's no need to wait until tomorrow for our battle. Draw your sword. Ha! Shen Yunqi wantonly laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with dense mockery. Chu Hen, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are worthy of my sword? Ha! I hope you can still laugh later. Buzz! In an instant, a strange energy wave was released from Chu Hen's body, and together with the incomparably overbearing black true energy, strands of demonic purple light quickly gushed out of his body. The resplendent purple light extended towards the spear like vines. The surrounding onlookers were all shocked. The aura that Chu Hen emitted was indeed only at the 9th level of the element opening stage, but the intensity of the turbulence produced by his true energy far exceeded his cultivation level. What's going on? Such overbearing true energy. Is this the power of the bloodline boundary? Seeing the purple and black light surrounding Chu Hen's body, Shin Yunqi's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. A killing intent flashed through his cold eyes. Since you are so eager to die, how can I not fulfill your wish? Before he finished speaking, Shan Yunqi's palm condensed, and an exquisite and resplendent plum blossom directly flew out. A powerful aura whistled towards Chu Hen. Humph! Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and with a flick of his spear, he directly shattered the balcony railing. Then he leaped down, and with the momentum of his cold spear, he directly shattered the plum blossom into powder. Such an astonishing aura, the surrounding onlookers were secretly shocked. Chu Hen steadily landed on the ground, and then his figure moved, brandishing the 3-feet-long spear, and directly attacking Shin Yunqi in front of him. Humph! Don't think that you are qualified to challenge me just because you accidentally made it into the top 16. Shan Yunqi's sword energy rose, and with a flick of his finger, a solid petal flashed like a meteor in the night, flying towards Chu Hen's spear. Bang! Shan Yunqi originally thought that with the great disparity in cultivation level, this attack would be enough to force back Chu Hen. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment the petal came into contact with the purple spear light, it once again exploded into scattered light spots. In the next second, the sharp tip of the spear had already arrived in front of Shin Yunqi. The latter was slightly startled, and with a step to the right, he easily dodged Chu Hen's attack. Then, Shen Yunqi raised his hand and slapped the front of the spear, shaking it away. Bang! A circle of water ripples spread out between the two, and Chu Hen turned around. The Demon Punisher spear also completed a 360-degree rotation, and then swept towards his opponent with a sweeping momentum. Shen Yunqi did not expect Chu Hen's reaction to be so fast, and before he could even occupy a favorable distance, his opponent's next round of attack followed. Humph! I want to see how much ability you have. Facing the spear that swept over from the right, Shen Yunqi directly stretched out his right palm to grab it. Boom! The spear and the palm collided, and a tyrannical force immediately shook the air. Shen Yunqi only felt his arm go numb, and the sword aura that covered his palm was shattered and repelled. The spear that was surrounded by purple light seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies, and was extremely powerful. Shen Yunqi dodged again. However, Chu Hen did not intend to give his opponent any time to stabilize his body. The Demon Punisher spear exploded with a terrifying aura, and more than 10 solidified spear shadows tore through the air, all attacking his opponent. Facing such a threatening attack, Shen Yunqi no longer cared about what he said just now, and with a move of his palm he summoned his sword. With a shake of the sword, an arc of sword light that was more than 10 meters wide shot out, and directly collided with the powerful spear shadows. Bang! A series of sword chi and spear shadows exploded in the air, and the powerful aftermath caused the surrounding onlookers to retreat far away. This level of battle was enough to affect the area within 100 meters. Is this what you mean by not having the right to use your sword? Chu Hen sneered mockingly and said. Shen Yunqi's face darkened, and his killing intent surged. Endless sword aura pressed towards Chu Hen in an overwhelming manner. Brat, I want your life. Chapter 208. Brat, I'm going to kill you. On the wide main street where the crowd was watching, Shen Yunqi's killing intent stacked up. Endless sword force covered the sky and covered the earth as it pressed towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen held a spear in his hand. His spear's power was like the wind as countless spear shadows appeared and clashed head-on with his opponent. One of his swordsmanship was swift and fierce. The other's spear technique was shocking and thunderous. The commotion caused by the duel between Shen Yunqi and Chu Hen attracted the attention of the crowd. What's going on? What's going on? Who's fighting over there? Shen Yunqi and Chu Hen. Tomorrow's quarterfinal match has been brought forward. *CK me, no way. Is Chu Hen that unlucky? He bumps into Shen Yunqi on the street. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Chu Hen pressed his spear against Shen Xinwen's throat and asked Shen Yunqi to come here. There's a reason why Chu Hen is so angry. Those people upstairs were too noisy. Chu Hen happened to pass by and heard them scolding Long Qingyang. I see. But Chu Hen will die if he offends Shen Yunqi like that. He's too arrogant. Sword chi collided and spear light intersected. All sorts of inner force clashed with each other, creating shockwaves. The dazzling sword light and spear shadows crisscrossed, dazzling the onlookers. The crowd was watching from a few dozen meters away. No one dared to approach. On the balcony of the restaurant, Yu Qinyu, Shen Xinwen, and Shang Zhe watched the duel below with different expressions. Yu Qinyu bit her red lips and frowned slightly. There was an indescribable worry in her soft and clear eyes. Shen Xinwen, Shang Zhe, and the rest looked gloomy, their eyes filled with anger. A perfectly fine banquet turned out to be like this. What was even more infuriating was that before Shen Yunqi arrived, they had been beaten up by Chu Hen so badly that they could not get up. If this matter were to spread out, it would be really embarrassing. Brother, you can't let him go, Shen Xinwen said hatefully. Whoosh, a cold light flashed in Shen Yunqi's eyes. His sword momentum rose, and his long sword blossomed with a splendid brilliance. Then it pierced towards Chu Hen's right rib in an unexpected way. This sword was extremely fast. The swift and fierce sword light swept out like a flickering light and passing shadow. The surrounding crowd was secretly shocked and marveled at the strength of Shen Yunqi's swordsmanship. However, what was even more surprising was that Chu Hen tilted his feet and dodged the attack agilely, as if he knew his opponent was going to stab him. Huh. A surprised voice came from the crowd. Many people were astonished. Shen Yunqi was also slightly startled. He withdrew his sword and then drew an arc of flowing light in the air, slashing horizontally at Chu Hen. Returning slash. But right at this moment, Chu Hen had similarly taken precautions beforehand. The Devil's Slayer spear that flickered with violet light shot down like a violent dragon that had emerged from the sea, and it carried a ferocious might as it moved to intercept the attack. Bang! The peerlessly mighty tip of the spear directly shattered the flowing light sword, and then its attack didn't reduce in the slightest, as it gave rise to an enormous pressure that assaulted Shen Yunqi. What an overbearing spear technique! Under the astonished gazes of the surrounding people, the Devil Slayer's spear erupted with a furious aura. Countless spear images poured down like a storm, and it drew the airflow in all directions. Shen Yunqi's expression changed. With the fierceness of his swordsmanship, he was actually unable to keep up with Chu Hen's rhythm. This was simply too strange. It seemed as if every move he made would be seen through by his opponent. What exactly is going on? Without any extra time to think, the endless golden sword lights coiled around his sword like spirit snakes. Instantly, the powerful sword images emitted a terrifying cold light. Every inch of the sword was suffused with a crystalline sheen, and it was like divine iron that had been soaked in divine radiance. I don't believe that you have the ability to receive this sword strike of mine. Shen Yunqi roared as an astonishing aura erupted from his body, and the divine iron-like long sword thrust forward. In the next instant, the purple spear tip and the golden sword tip collided with each other, accompanied by a burst of sharp, whistling wind. Boom! The two extreme forces were like two meteors that had unexpectedly met, and the mountain-like shockwaves immediately began to ferociously fuse. The incomparably dazzling light pierced the eyes of the surrounding people. A heavy and violent explosion rang out between the two, and the gorgeous aftershocks wantonly swept out, causing the bricks on the ground to be lifted up and shattered. Then, a violent gale swept out in all directions. Along with the dispersing air, Chu Hen and Shen Yunqi were both pushed back. To the crowd's surprise, neither of them managed to gain the upper hand. This guy is actually able to fight evenly with Shen Yunqi? Don't worry, Shen Yunqi probably hasn't used his full strength. That's right. Didn't Long Qingyang also lose to Shen Yunqi in 3 moves today? Looking down at Chu Hen, who is not at all inferior to geniuses like Shen Yunqi, Yu Qinyu's hanging heart slightly calmed down a bit. Chu Hen's strength was much greater than he had imagined. He might really be able to defeat Shen Yunqi, and even if he couldn't, it shouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive. The cold wind rustled, and the cold air of the night grew increasingly cold. Chu Hen wielded the demon executioner spear, and a strange purple glow lingered around his body. If someone were to look closely, they would notice that his eyes were also suffused with a faint purple glow. His pupils seemed to have the ability to see through everything. Plum Blossom Sword Shen Yunqi is only SOSO. Chu Hen mocked. The aura that erupted from his body grew increasingly intense, and from a distance, it looked like a rising purple flame. Shen Yunqi's face darkened, and his face turned slightly ashen. Humph, it's a little too early for you to be happy. Buzz! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yunqi's aura skyrocketed again. At the same time, a glittering and translucent rune that looked like blue glass quickly appeared in front of him. The crowd's eyes lit up at the sight of the rune. It's the water rune. Everyone had witnessed the power of the water rune today. Even Long Qingyang's all-out attack which had been forged from the Bone Blaze spiritual fire, had barely broken through the water rune's defense. Whoosh! The next moment, Shen Yunqi was wrapped in a 5-meter wide water ball. The blue water ball glowed with a soft, crystal-clear light and protected him from all directions. Most importantly, Shen Yunqi's movements inside wouldn't be affected at all. Humph, brat, let's see what else you can do. After speaking, Shen Yunqi directly charged towards Chu Hen. The water ball that enveloped his body also formed a stable state with him. Given Chu Hen's strength, it would not be easy for him to break through the defense. The only way to get close to Shen Yunqi was for Chu Hen to enter the water ball as well. But if that happened, the situation would be even worse. The water rune's power would not affect Shen Yunqi, but it would be extremely troublesome for Chu Hen. The current situation was equivalent to Shen Yunqi creating a water domain. Once Chu Hen stepped into this domain, the enemy would be strong while he was weak. It was extremely bad. Chu Hen, be careful! Yu Chenyu was alarmed as he looked at Chu Hen, who was standing motionless on the spot. His heart, which had just relaxed a little, began to worry again. Humph! Is that kid scared out of his wits? Shan Zhe sneered coldly from nearby. Xin Xinwen and the others also had disdainful looks on their faces. She could already see Chu Hen's defeat in her mind. Buzz buzz! A vast and mighty aura came attacking from the front. Looking at Shen Yunqi, who was wrapped in the water ball, Chu Hen's face could not help but have an extremely mocking cold smile. So what if you have a turtle shell? Just when the blue water ball was less than 2 meters away from Chu Hen, an extremely restless energy caused everyone's heart to tremble. A dazzling silver light flickered. Chu Hen condensed his left palm, and a silver rune immediately appeared in front of everyone. The rune emitted an extremely violent energy wave, and traces of electric light flowed around it. What's that? The lightning rune. Voices filled with shock came from the crowd. In the next instant, dozens of lightning beams immediately erupted from Chu Hen's body. The dazzling light pierced the eyes of countless people. The entire street was instantly illuminated, as if it was daytime. Shen Yunqi, who was in the water ball, also had a drastic change of expression. However, before he could withdraw the water rune's energy, the dozens of lightning beams shot out like a group of lightning snakes and hit the water ball. Sizzle, the lightning beams were as thick as a bowl, and under Chu Hen's control, they interweaved into a 7 to 8 meters wide electric net. The raging power was terrifying. At this moment, Chu Hen was like a god of lightning, peerlessly domineering. Dense lightning covered the water ball, and in an instant, the blue water ball directly turned into a lightning ball. The terrifying lightning energy followed the water energy and hit Shen Yunqi's body. Ah! A pained and furious scream came from the water ball. Looking at Shen Yunqi, who was covered in lightning, everyone's expression changed drastically. They felt chills running down their spines. No one expected the situation to turn out like this. Originally, the water territory was Shen Yunqi's advantage, but when it came to Chu Hen, it forcefully became a disadvantage. The dense lightning beams interweaved together, causing the entire water ball to become dazzling and resplendent. But everyone knew that the area within the water ball was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Shen Yunqi was completely trapped within his water territory, and he couldn't even escape. Shen Xinwen, Shang Zhe Lin Hai, and the other members of the consonant's martial house had pale expressions, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Chapter 209. Chi Chi, furious and dense electric arcs covered Shen Yunqi's entire body, and the water ball around him directly turned into a dazzling electric ball. One was the water curse seal, and the other was the lightning curse seal. Chu Hen used the special property of water to melt electricity to make Shen Yunqi suffer a great loss. However, Chu Hen did not think that he could defeat Shen Yunqi in this way. While the audience was still in a state of shock, Chu Hen had already raised the cold spear in his hand. The piercingly cold spear aura penetrated the electric ball in front of him and directly stabbed toward Shin Yunchi. "Brother, be careful!" Shinwen hurriedly shouted. Shin Yunchi's eyes were cold. He clenched his teeth and quickly mobilized the true origin energy in his body. He held his sword with both hands and slashed toward Chu Hen. First element slash. Boom! A dazzling sword light flickered like the moon. It directly flew out from Shin Yunchi's sword and directly collided with Chu Hen's spear shadow. The moment the two forces collided, the water ball that enveloped Shin Yunchi also exploded from within. Endless electric arcs and thunder shadows bloomed like a firework shower. Streaks of silver electric arcs were like shooting stars wantonly splashing in the air. The air was filled with overlapping sounds of waves. The surrounding onlookers were all shaken by this enormous pressure and were forced to retreat repeatedly. Chi, the flickering electric arcs constantly wandered on Shin Yunchi's body. His eyes were red with anger, and his face was extremely gloomy. A huge sword aura swept out and completely suppressed the electric energy that entered his body. The surrounding audience was all shocked. Not only were they shocked by Shin Yunchi's powerful cultivation, but they were also shocked by Chu Hen's trump card. Under normal circumstances, Wu Xiao, who was at the 9th level of the element opening stage, would have died countless times if he encountered an expert at the 3rd level of the core transformation stage. However, Chu Hen was still able to cause Shin Yunchi to suffer losses time and time again. This scene truly caused countless people to be shocked. 2 element slash. When the last electric arc was suppressed by Shin Yunchi, he struck out with his sword again. A powerful and terrifying sword light that was more than 10 meters long slashed diagonally. The sound of wind breaking was sharp and ear-piercing. The shadow of the sword was like a shuttle, and its momentum was like a flowing light that could catch up with the moon. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He raised his demon Punisher spear and drew a half circle in the air. Similarly, a peerless spear light swept out, and the 2 streaks of flowing light collided head-on, forming a cross. The scattered balls of light formed a violent impact between the 2. Dust flew everywhere, rocks flew everywhere, and rocks of all sizes flew up like a flock of moths. Shin Yunchi clenched his teeth and shouted again, "Triple origin slash!" 3 strikes in a row. Sword after sword, the middle part of the attack was particularly tight. Shin Yunchi's counterattack came one after another, not giving Chu Hen any chance to find an opening. Facing this 3rd sword light that was far more powerful than the previous 2, Chu Hen's expression turned serious. The next moment, a surging aura rose from within Chu Hen's body, and a thick black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen. The demon Punisher spear danced, and the black shadow immediately transformed into a solid spear light. The air was filled with rolling thunder, and the black spear light whistled through the air, meeting the opponent's 3rd sword light without showing any weakness. Boom! All sorts of scattered aftershocks flew everywhere, and the disorderly sword light and spear light blossomed into thousands of shining ripples. Sparks flew in all directions, and either side gave way. The heavy explosion, mixed with dust and smoke, rushed towards the surrounding crowd of onlookers. Everyone raised their hands to cover their faces and quickly retreated. Phew! Looking at Chu Hen, who was still breathing and unharmed, everyone could not help but gasp. Everyone present could not help but gasp. Shin Yunchi had almost killed Long Qingyang with those 3 strikes earlier in the day. However, at this moment, all of them were easily dealt with by Chu Hen. Everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. Had Chu Hen really not stepped into the core transformation stage? Who the hell is this guy? A Lingxi martial house disciple frowned and said. Shin Xinwen, Shang Zhe, and the rest were shocked and confused. Chu Hen's strength was growing at a terrifying speed. Last time in St. Bell City, he could not even take 3 moves from Wei Qingfan and had to rely on a high-grade talisman to resolve the crisis. In terms of cultivation, Shen Yunqi was not any weaker than Wei Qingfan, or at least that was what the rumors said. In just a few months, the combat strength that Chu Hen had displayed was enough to put countless geniuses in the various martial houses to shame. Other than shock, Yu Chenyu was also pleasantly surprised. Her beautiful eyes rippled as they glowed with a bright light. The handsome young man with the long spear in his hand stood out from the rest of the crowd. The chilly night wind caused the sand to dance. "Humph, you're much stronger than that useless Long Qingyang," Shen Yunqi said coldly as he gripped his sword. "Useless?" Chu Hen responded in a low voice. "Don't forget that you entered the martial house a year earlier than Long Qingyang. Do you think you have the right to call Long Qingyang useless when it comes to talent? You, Shen Yunqi, in my eyes, you're the useless one. You wanted to kill Long Qingyang because you were afraid that Long Qingyang would one day surpass you. You wanted to strangle him in the cradle. Aren't you an incompetent piece of trash?" His words were like thunder, each one of them piercing the heart. Shen Yunqi was furious. "Shut up! I'm going to make you bleed today, you sharp-tongued piece of sh*t. Boom! In an instant, a powerful sword aura burst out of Shen Yunqi's body without any reservation. A gust of wind rose, and a powerful golden sword aura spun around Shen Yunqi's body like a whirlpool. A surging aura spread out like a torrent, and with Shen Yunqi at the center, numerous neat sword markings appeared on the ground beneath his feet. What terrifying sword aura! While the crowd was shocked, they could not help but worry about Chu Hen's fate. However, just at this moment, a piercingly cold might that shook the airflow in all directions suddenly rose from Chu Hen's body. Dense black light also lingered around Chu Hen's body and rotated, forming an extremely powerful energy vortex. The air within a 100-meter radius became exceptionally chaotic. The aura released by the two men was extremely violent and furious, sending chills down one's spine. Xing! The sword in Shen Yunqi's hand made a loud and clear sound, and a huge plum blossom quickly appeared in front of him. The beautiful plum blossom was flowing with a pure and holy golden light. An extremely sharp aura was constantly being released from its surface. Anyone could feel the dangerous aura coming from the plum blossom. "You should be proud that you made me use this sword. Heavenly plum falling slash." Shen Yunqi shouted, and the golden plum blossom that was half the size of a human charged at Chu Hen with an intense, destructive aura. The plum blossom's speed went from slow to fast, and its terrifying aura seemed to freeze the space. Boom! At the same time, the momentum of Chu Hen's sudden appearance also became furious and vast. Behind him, a blurry white figure that was over 20 meters tall appeared. The white figure's outline was similar to a human's, but it had a pair of bat wings on its back. Endless violent and murderous aura was emitted from the figure. The surrounding people's faces changed drastically, and their hearts were filled with shock. The feeling that the figure gave people was that of a demon. Buzz! Buzz! Along with the space faintly trembling, circles of white airwaves flowed and gathered in the demon's right hand, and instantly transformed into a huge spear that was nearly 30 meters long. The peerlessly domineering aura shook all directions. Every movement of the demon was as imposing as the moving of a mountain. In the next moment, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he raised the demon Punisher spear. The demon behind him directly attacked the golden plum blossom with a huge spear in its hand. Demon Punisher spear. Boom! In an instant, the extremely sharp golden plum blossom collided with the huge spear in the demon's hand. The two different terrifying shock waves were like a tsunami, like a flood, and a bright brilliance shocked everyone. The dazzling brilliance that was like the sun whistled in all directions like a tide. Rumble! The heavy and violent sound was comparable to a thunderstorm, and the violent aftershock caused the bricks on the ground to shatter. Dust and sand were sent flying. Everyone present was pale with fright, and their minds were trembling. Yu Qinyu, Xin Xinwen, Shang Zhe, and the others who were on the balcony on the second floor of the restaurant were even more shocked. Was this power comparable to the Battle of the Earth List champion? Countless crisscrossed cracks extended from the feet of the two. Shen Yunqi's long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Chu Hen's clothes fluttered against the chaotic airflow, and his firm outline revealed a sense of ruthlessness. All of a sudden, there was a loud bang, and the golden plum blossom exploded from the middle, collapsing into countless golden light patterns. This is... Chu Hen has the upper hand? Just as everyone was stunned, Shen Yunqi's aura rose once again as he roared, "Brat, you won't be able to defeat me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light patterns that filled the sky instantly emitted a sharp aura. Countless golden light patterns turned into condensed sword shadows in an instant, and the densely packed sword shadows covered the sky and the earth. Like thousands of arrows, they pierced through the aftershock in the air and slashed straight at Chu Hen. The appearance of this scene immediately caused Yu Qinyu, who was on the balcony of the restaurant, to turn pale. Chu Hen. As for Shen Xinwen, Shang Zhe, and the others, they had already revealed complacent smiles. In the end, victory was still on Shen Yunqi's side. However, in the face of the sword shadows that covered the sky and the earth, Chu Hen did not show any fear. He smiled coldly and said, "I said not to be happy too early." Chapter 210. When faced with the countless solid sword images that possessed extremely penetrative force that were flying towards him, Chu Hen's face didn't reveal the slightest trace of panic. He put away the Devil Destroyer spear in his hand, and his hands condensed together. Along with an extremely violent fluctuation of energy, 2 different colored talisman markings suddenly appeared in his hands. What's that? Blazing talisman and frost talisman? How could this be possible? This fellow even executed the lightning talisman earlier. Is he trying to defy the heavens? Everyone present stared with their eyes wide open as they gazed at the 2 talisman markings that Chu Hen condensed, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone who had been to St. Bell City was shocked speechless. At that time, even geniuses like Shen Yunqi, Wei Qingfan, and Bai Yue had only obtained 1 talisman marking each. However, Chu Hen had obtained 3 talisman markings by himself, and this was too surprising. However, everyone still didn't understand why Chu Hen had simultaneously released the energy of 2 types of talisman markings. Could it be that he didn't know that the energy released by talisman markings of different attributes would repel each other? Everyone present didn't have any extra time to ponder. At this critical moment, in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, an exquisite and nimble small-scale glyph suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen's body. In an instant, Chu Hen didn't say a word and directly released 2 types of formidable energy. Boom! The blazing flame that soared into the sky and the ghastly ice profound energy were like 2 extremely furious torrents, and they gave rise to a terrifying and irresistible might as they whistled forward. Rumble! Heavy explosions sounded out in succession between the 2 of them. The red and white energies were like violent dragons that had emerged from the sea, and they swept through the numerous sword images that were flying towards Qin Shi with their might. Oh my God! This fellow! Everyone present was shocked to the point their jaws almost dropped to the ground. A pillar of fire and a pillar of ice swept up a violent might that was a mixture of cold and heat as they assaulted Shen Yunqi, whose face was covered in shock. Boom! The astonishing power poured down, and the scorching and icy light crushed down on him. Under the extremely shocked gazes of the surrounding hundreds of people, 2 towering airwaves rose in front of Shen Yunqi. Bang! A loud bang sounded. His opponent seemed to have been hit by a torrent. His body trembled violently and flew out. A large mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Brother, senior brother, Yun Shi. Spirit Rhino Martial Houses, Shen Xinwen, Shang Zhe, and the others all turned pale with fright. At the same time that Shin Yunchi was sent flying, the raging shockwave continued to sweep downwards, and a thick layer of countless stone bricks on the ground was shaved off. As if it had been hit by a strong current, a ravine that was 7 to 8 meters wide and dozens of meters long suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Even many of the onlookers behind Shin Yunchi were knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. Bang! Shin Yunchi fell heavily on the ground and was dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters before he was able to stop. His body continuously emitted a cold air, and many parts of his clothes were burnt. His hair was gray and his face was black, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He did not have the slightest bit of his previous elegant demeanor. Fresh blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and his aura was extremely weak. It was difficult for him to get up again. Hiss! The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. The entire street fell into a deathly silence. Shin Yunchi had been defeated. He had been defeated by Chu Hen, who was only at the 9th level of the element opening stage. This was simply something that no one could have imagined even in their dreams. Not long ago, everyone was still discussing how unsightly Chu Hen would be defeated by Shin Yunchi in the first match the next day. But the scene in front of them was truly a slap to the faces of countless people. Ta, ta! The steady footsteps caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They saw Chu Hen's expression was indifferent as he walked step by step toward Shin Yunchi. The invisible pressure caused everyone's heartstrings to tighten involuntarily. Hee, Plum Blossom's sword Shin Yunchi is only SOSO. Chu Hen did not conceal the mockery and disdain in his tone. Shin Yunchi's sorry state was filled with panic as he struggled on the ground and continuously retreated. Hee, so you're afraid now? Chu Hen's eyes were filled with disdain as he smiled indifferently. When it comes to courage, you're not even a tenth of Long Qingyang's. Chu Hen, stop! At this moment, the people from the consonant's martial house hurriedly rushed out of the restaurant. Shin Xinwen hurriedly stood in front of Shin Yunchi. Don't kill him! Don't kill him! Shin Xinwen looked extremely helpless at this moment, her face streaked with tears. As far as she could remember, Shin Yunchi had never been in such a sorry state, nor had he suffered such a setback. Xinwen, get out of the way. Even if I die, I don't need your protection, Shin Yunchi said in a low voice. Haha, you still have a bit of ambition. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised into a ridiculing arc. Following that, his gaze turned cold, and he swept his gaze towards the few people from the Lingxi martial house who were yes-men and did not dare to speak. The moment they met Chu Hen's gaze, they all shrank back in fright, especially Shang Zhe. He could clearly feel that the coldness in the other party's eyes was directed at him. Without another word, Shang Zhe hurriedly handed over a heavy halberd covered in green scales. Qing, I'll return the green scales heavy halberd to you. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows raised slightly and said with a smile full of interest, It seems that when you obtained this heavy halberd today, weren't you rather proud? Now you're pretending to be a grandson? Shang Zhe's face flushed red from being ridiculed. He really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Chu Hen casually received the green scales heavy halberd, and his indifferent gaze returned to Shin Yunchi. The surrounding crowd's hearts were in their throats. Was the other party really going to kill him? At this moment, Yu Chenyu suddenly walked to Chu Hen's side. Casually pulling his arm, she said, All right, Senior, Brother Qing Yang's anger has been vented. It's time for you to cool down. Let's go. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to be surprised once again. Since when did Yu Chenyu and Chu Hen become so close? Yu Chenyu did not want Chu Hen to stir up trouble. If it was in the Earth ranking tournament, no one would say anything if Chu Hen killed Shin Yunchi. But it was different outside. Once Shin Yunchi died, the consonant's martial house would definitely pursue Chu Hen's responsibility. At that time, it would only cause trouble. Feeling the gentleness in Yu Chenyu's tone, Chu Hen's expression gradually calmed down. The coldness emitted from his body also retracted. What should we do tomorrow? You know, I don't want to see you in the competition area. Chu Hen looked at Shin Yunqi and coldly said. Then he left with Yu Chenyu. The surrounding crowd quickly opened a path. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Hen underwent a great change. Looking at the backs of the two, Shan Yunqi's lips faintly moved twice. In the end, he did not say anything. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles cracking. All the consonants, Marshall House students stood to the side in silence. At this moment, Shan Xinwen's heart was particularly complex. Her omnipotent elder brother image had been severely destroyed. She could not help but feel some regret. Regret that she had provoked Chu Hen again and again. But then again, who would have thought that the youth who had been continuously rejected by all the high academies in the capital would actually grow to such a degree in less than a year? For the countless people in the capital, tonight would be another sleepless night. The bustling streets were brightly lit with people coming and going, looking resplendent and prosperous. You still don't want to let go? Chu Hen said to Yu Chenyu, who was beside him. Yu Chenyu's face blushed red. She pulled back her arm that was holding onto his arm. I forgot! Chu Hen let out a deep breath. We've arrived at Tensei Prefecture. I'll go back first. We've arrived? So fast? Yu Chenyu's beautiful eyes looked all around. Only then did she discover that around 100 meters in front of her was the entrance to Tensei Prefecture. Seeing the other's silly appearance, Chu Hen couldn't help but find it a bit funny. What have you been thinking about on the way here? Nothing. Yu Chenyu's eyebrows arched. Her intelligent eyes turned, avoiding Chu Hen's gaze. You still have a match tomorrow. Go back early and rest. Oh, I forgot. You don't have a match tomorrow. You've already won. I really can't stand you. Go back. You're not going to see me off? Yu Chenyu suddenly said. See you off? This time, it was Chu Hen's turn to be startled. He received Yu Chenyu's slightly expectant gaze. He hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Next time. I'm a bit tired. Oh. Yu Chenyu nodded slightly in disappointment. Then goodbye. After watching Yu Chenyu leave, Chu Hen's body suddenly trembled. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of dark red, extravasated blood. It's still a bit of a stretch to fight someone 3 levels higher than me, Chu Hen muttered to himself softly. His opponent was Shan Yunqi, one of the favorites to win the championship. It was impossible for Chu Hen to say that he was not injured at all. If he did not rely on the power of the chaotic body and the sacred demonic pupil body, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Shin Yunqi. After all, the gap between the elemental opening realm and the core transformation realm was still fundamentally different. Phew! After spitting out a mouthful of extravasated blood, Chu Hen's internal breath became slightly smoother. However, all the major meridians in his body were swollen and painful, and his limbs felt rather weak. This was also the main reason why he refused to send Yu Chenyu back. There are still a few rounds of the Earth List tournament. I need to heal my injuries as soon as possible. Immediately, Chu Hen walked towards the gate of Tensei Prefecture. However, as soon as Chu Hen entered the gate of the academy, he met someone. Chapter 211. At night, Chu Hen returned to Tensei Prefecture. However, as soon as he entered the gate of the academy, he saw a person standing in the hazy night. Tutor! Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The person in front of him was Shilan. She was tall and slender, and her long purple hair matched with her beautiful face. She was like an elf in the night, beautiful and moving. Tutor, are you going out? Chu Hen asked casually. Shilan shook her head slightly and replied faintly, How is your brother? He's out of danger. Thank you for your concern, Tutor. You're injured. Shilan frowned slightly. Huh. Chu Hen smiled awkwardly. It's nothing serious. It's just a small injury. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Chu Hen faintly felt that his qi and blood were starting to become blocked again. If he didn't go back to regulate his breathing, the consequences would be more serious. Shilan nodded. Go. Okay. Immediately, Chu Hen took his leave, turned around, and disappeared into the night. Shilan gazed in the direction that the other party had left in, and a faint ripple appeared in her eyes. She sighed softly and shook her head, helplessly. A moment later, Chu Hen returned to his residence. Chu Hen, you're back? Lei Zhen, who heard movement outside the door, hurriedly came out of the room. Where's Mu Feng? He's not back yet? Chu Hen asked casually. This? Lei Zhen answered with a strange expression. He sneaked back in the afternoon, and then went out again when he saw the messy courtyard. Only then did Chu Hen remember that he had almost destroyed the entire courtyard yesterday because he was cultivating the runes. However, to Chu Hen's surprise, the courtyard had been simply renovated and tidied up. The scattered bricks and tiles were all cleaned up. At the same time, Chu Hen also noticed that Lei Zhen was sweating profusely, as if he had just finished his work. I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble again, Chu Hen said apologetically. I'm fine. Lei Zhen laughed heartily, revealing his clean teeth. This is nothing. When I was in St. Bell's City, I could build a house in a day or two. It's just a renovation. It's a piece of cake for me. Chu Hen smiled. If he wanted to cultivate in the future, it would be better to go to the secret cultivation room. If he kept doing this, it would be very annoying. He could even imagine the angry look on Mu Feng's face when he came back in the afternoon. After chatting with Lei Zhen for a while, Chu Hen returned to his room. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and circulated the true yuan in his body to recuperate. Today's battle proved that Chu Hen's previous idea was very feasible. When the power of two kinds of runes were used together, it would have a very strong lethality. What outsiders didn't know was that in addition to the raging fire, frost, and thunder runes, Chu Hen also had the gale, water, and spirit gathering runes. In addition to the spirit gathering runes, the other 5 runes could be used together. But no matter what, the power of the runes did not originate from his own origin power. In terms of the strength of control, Chu Hen still needed to put in a lot of effort. Although he defeated Shen Yunqi today, Chu Hen couldn't be considered to have escaped unscathed. On a certain level, there was actually a little bit of luck involved. If Shen Yunqi was replaced by Wei Qingfan, it was hard to say whether he could defeat the opponent. Although the outside world said that the strength of these two people was relatively close, in Chu Hen's opinion, Wei Qingfan's cultivation was probably a level higher. Time ticked by quietly. In the room, Chu Hen's whole body was lingering in a soft golden light. Compared to before, Chu Hen's aura was obviously much more stable and calm, and his complexion had also recovered a little bit of color. At this moment, the true yuan in Chu Hen's body suddenly became restless, and his consciousness dived into the Dantian Sea of Qi. In the Sea of Qi, a true yuan cyclone was spinning rapidly like a golden whirlpool, and a steady stream of true yuan was like a surging tide, flowing towards the major meridians in his body. Suddenly, the range of the true yuan cyclone became bigger and bigger, and the surging true yuan constantly set off huge waves in the Sea of Qi. Every inch of Chu Hen's skin and flesh was surging with a restless power. Then the true essence cyclone began to move faster and faster, and the mighty true essence began to rapidly gather towards the cyclone. The restless energy fluctuations were like the magma brewing inside a volcano, abnormally fierce. This is a sign of core formation. Chu Hen was overjoyed. He was very clear that when the true yuan condensed to a certain degree, the true yuan cyclone would start to condense into a core. Once the core formation was formed, one would break through the elemental opening stage and step into the core transformation stage. Once one entered the core transformation stage, the strength of the true Yuan would have a qualitative leap. Moreover, one would not need to rely on martial arts to achieve the effect of releasing true Yuan and injuring people through the air. Chu Hen did not expect that he would seize the opportunity to break through at this time. He immediately steadied his mind and continuously controlled the true Yuan in his body to gather in the Dantian Sea of Qi. The true Yuan cyclone rotated extremely quickly, and it rapidly shrank, compressing and condensing towards the center. However, things did not go as smoothly as Chu Hen had imagined. When the true Yuan cyclone shrank to the size of a fist, the violent power caused Chu Hen to lose control for a moment. Along with the chaotic aura, a circle of scattered true Yuan was released from within Chu Hen's body. Phew! Chu Hen opened his eyes and panted heavily. His forehead was covered with sweat, and even his back was a little cold. I failed. Chu Hen shook his head, helplessly. Under normal circumstances, a lot of preparation work was needed to break through the bottleneck of true Yuan core formation. The supply of spiritual energy was indispensable, and in some situations the assistance of medicinal pills might also be needed. Chu Hen did not lack high-grade primordial crystal stones, and he also had a Yuan burst pill. With these two auxiliary conditions, he could try to break through again. Just when Chu Hen had this thought, he was speechless to find that the sky outside was already bright. It's bright? Chu Hen was startled. He had closed his eyes for an entire night. Bright light shone through the window, signaling the beginning of a new day. Chu Hen got off the bed and moved his stiff limbs. After a whole night of rest, his injuries were mostly healed. Although his internal organs still had some dull pain, it was basically not a hindrance. Today was the day of the Earth rankings, top 16. If Shan Yunqi did not participate in the competition, then Chu Hen would win without a fight and would advance to the next round. In that case, there was no need for him to go to the competition area. Forget it. Let's go to the competition area first. I'll come back later. Since he had grasped the opportunity to break through to the core transformation stage, Chu Hen's mind was filled with this matter. However, he couldn't be sure if Shan Yunqi would really give up on the round of 16, so it was better to confirm it first. Morning. In the eastern district of the imperial capital, the competition area for the Earth rankings, martial competition. Boom! Everyone, welcome to the competition area for the Earth rankings top 16. I, Lu Tong, am honored to be the host and judge again. Following Lu Tong's loud and clear voice, the entire competition area was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Just like the day before, all 31 martial houses deans were present, and each school's team was assigned their own seats. Only the deans of the Imperial Martial Academy, Imperial Wind Academy, Spirit Rhino Academy, Bright Moon Academy, and Giant Elephant Academy were seated in their respective seats. Compared to the day before, the atmosphere today was even more lively. Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Luo Mingshang, Long Xuanchuang, Xiao Yan, Bai Yue, and the rest. Many geniuses were shining brightly like stars in the sky. Today, Big Brother Chu Hen will be fighting first. On the Tifeng province's side, Yi Yao clenched her fists. Her pretty face was filled with anticipation and excitement. Although Chu Hen's opponent was exceptionally strong, Yi Yao was still confident in him. Sitting next to her was Yi Yu. The latter's eyes were filled with an indescribable complexity. Yesterday, she was humiliated by Chu Hen in front of everyone, causing her to be in a bad mood. When Wei Qingfan spoke to her, Yi Yu only gave a simple reply. Humph. Wei Qingfan's cold gaze was fixed on Chu Hen in the Tensei Prefecture's area. His face was full of mockery. You're unlucky to have encountered Shan Yunqi. On the Bright Moon Academy's side, Long Xuanchuang frowned, looking worried. What would happen next? She felt a headache coming on. Everyone. Lu Tong raised his arms and waved them off. He announced in a loud and excited voice, I believe everyone here can't wait for today's competition. Then I won't say anything. Let's welcome the first group of contestants. Heavenly Star Chu Hen against Lingxi Shin Yunqi. Boom! The monstrous tide ignited the atmosphere of the audience, and all kinds of jubilant voices rose and fell. Shin Yunqi will win. Shin Yunqi, champion. Shin Yunqi, do your best. Among the soaring cheers, almost all of them supported Shin Yunqi. Even the many students and mentors of the Heavenly Star Martial House had a worried look on their faces. Shortly after, under the different gazes of everyone present, Chu Hen was neither servile nor overbearing. With a calm expression, he walked onto the stage from the audience's seating area. Go down. It's impossible for you to win against senior brother Shin Yunqi. Don't waste time. They're not on the same level. Many of Shin Yunqi's supporters booed Chu Hen. However, what was puzzling was that Shin Yunqi did not appear on the Lingxi Martial House's side. Not only that, but all the mentors and students of the Lingxi Martial House seemed to be silent and gloomy. What was going on? Chapter 212. What's going on? Where's senior brother Shin Yunqi? Looking at Chu Hen, who had ascended the dueling ring, and not seeing Shin Yunqi appear for a long time, the atmosphere of the entire place could not help but become chaotic. Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Long Xuanchuang, Luo Mingshang, Bai Yue, Xiaoyan, and the other geniuses all revealed looks of confusion. Everyone's gazes swept towards the seating area of the Consonance Martial House. They saw that the mentors and students of the Consonance Martial House were all silent with gloomy faces. They swept through the entire audience, but did not see Shin Yunqi's figure. Shin Yunqi. He was beaten like a dog by Chu Hen last night. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded from one of the audience seats. The other party had only said this casually, and did not intend to make a ruckus. But this voice just happened to reach the moment when the entire audience was in a state of confusion and silence. However, the effect caused by this soft voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly exploding in the hearts of everyone present. Countless people's brains were shaken to the point of buzzing. After a short silence, many of Shin Yunqi's supporters directly hurled a torrent of abuse at that person. What are you saying? Don't speak nonsense here. F***CK off. Senior brother Shin Yunqi will lose to him? If you speak nonsense again, believe it or not, I won't be polite to you. However, that brother most likely also had a fiery temper. After being suddenly scolded, he immediately jumped 3 feet high and angrily retorted, F***CK, can I speak the truth? If not, then ask the people around me. Last night, we all saw with our own eyes that Shin Yunqi was completely crushed by Chu Hen. That's right, we all saw it. Chu Hen, we support you. In an instant, many people from last night stood up in response. And then the middle-aged man from the Consonance Martial House stood up and said in a low voice, Everyone, I am Shin Yunqi's direct mentor, Deng Chao. I will represent Shin Yunqi to forfeit. What? Forfeit? Boom. In the next second, the entire competition area became a pot of porridge. The uncontrolled scene was like an erupting volcano. Instantly, the atmosphere of the audience erupted into a frenzy. Everyone who didn't know what happened last night was extremely shocked. That sentence once again floated up in everyone's mind, and Shin Yunqi. Last night, they were beaten like dogs by Chu Hen. Shocking. Absolute shock. On the Bright Moon Academy side, Long Xuanchuang frowned. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Luo Mengshang, Xiaoyan, Bai Yue, and the other geniuses were also shocked. On the spectator stand in the north, the host judge, Lu Tong, was stunned. Even the 5 deans had surprised looks on their faces. What had happened last night? Looking at the handsome youth on the arena, his expression was indifferent. His eyes were like an ancient well, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc that carried a hint of mockery. While they were shocked, many of Shin Yunqi's supporters raised questions. How could he possibly defeat senior brother Yunqi? He must have used a high-level talisman. That's right, using high-level talismans is against the rules of the competition. I strongly request that Shen Yunqi disqualify Chu Hen. The winner is Shen Yunqi. All sorts of condemnation arose in the audience, but very quickly witnesses from last night stood up to speak for Chu Hen. Can you guys stop talking nonsense? Last night, Chu Hen didn't use any high-level talismans at all. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Yu Chenyu. She was also there. That's right, Miss Yu Chenyu has the integrity to guarantee that she won't lie to you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Yu Chenyu in the giant Elephant Martial House's spectator stand. Miss Chenyu, can you say a few words? That. Yu Chenyu smiled helplessly. Then she stood up and looked at Chu Hen with a gentle gaze. Then she said to Lu Tong and the deans of the 5 academies in the northern spectator stand, I can prove that Chu Hen didn't use any talismans or similar items in his battle with Shen Yunqi last night. Her gentle and melodious voice directly crushed and suppressed all the doubtful voices. At this moment, no one in the audience had any doubts. No one would doubt the credibility of Yu Chenyu's words. There was no other reason than that she was the beloved daughter of the great general of the West Sea of the Sacred Star Dynasty. All sorts of chaotic noises rose and fell. However, those who had been the most ferocious just now all shut their mouths. Not to mention that Chu Hen didn't use any high-level talismans. Even if he did, it was only outside the competition area yesterday and wasn't restricted by the rules of the Earth List tournament. However, the reality of the situation once again shocked the audience. What followed was the jubilant cheers from the people of the Tensei Prefecture. The thunderous applause swept across the entire arena. Even Song Qinglai, Shadowless, and the other core teachers were especially excited and surprised at this moment. Ha ha ha, Chu Hen, good job. Congratulations to senior brother Chu Hen for making it to the top 8. Chu Hen, you're awesome. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others all stood up and cheered. Principal Jiang, the head of the Heavenly Star Academy, nodded in approval. This academy hadn't had a student make it to the top 8 of the all-school tournament for 4 to 5 years. Thinking of this, Principal Jiang couldn't help but look at the 2 geniuses, Xiao Yan and Bai Yue. On his slightly wrinkled face, there was a hint of anticipation. Wow, Big Brother Chu Hen is awesome. On the side of the Tifeng province, Yi Yao clapped her hands happily. Beside her, Yi Yu had an indescribably complicated expression on her face. This outcome was really beyond her expectations. Wei Qingfan's eyes were extremely gloomy, and there was a surge of coldness between his brows. He thought to himself, since that useless Shen Yunqi can't deal with you, then I'll do it myself. I hope you won't disappoint me. After some chaos, Lu Tong began to control the situation. Ahem, since contestant Shen Yunqi has forfeited, today's first battle will be won by contestant Chu Hen from the Heavenly Star Academy. Congratulations to Chu Hen for making it to the top 8 of the Earth leaderboard. Wow, the cheers were endless, and the applause was thunderous. At this moment, Long Xuanchuang could finally put down the huge stone in her heart. At the same time, she was gradually unable to see through this brother of hers who wasn't related by blood. In the past, there was almost nothing she didn't know about him. But now she felt that Chu Hen was full of secrets that no one knew about. However, Long Xuanchuang didn't feel too pressured. She could clearly feel the deep affection Chu Hen had for her and Long Qingyang. He's already in the top 8. If we meet later on, it'll be the quarterfinals. Wouldn't it be a little embarrassing to ask him to give me the victory? On the side of the Imperial Martial Academy, Luo Mingshang held her cheek with her hand, and her beautiful eyes wandered as she muttered to herself. Previously, she had made a promise with Chu Hen that if the 2 of them were to meet in the top 32, Chu Hen would agree to give her the victory. Although some of it was a joke, some of it was also serious. After all, with one less battle, he would have an advantage over the other contestants in terms of stamina. This would also increase his chances of winning the championship. Big sister instructor Hong Lian, can I not fight for the championship? Luo Mingshang asked Hong Lian. Why? It's so boring. Huh. Hong Lian was a little surprised by Luo Mingshang's answer. Could boredom be a reason? In fact, Luo Mingshang didn't want to fight for the championship. This was just a task that Hong Lian had given her. However, seeing that Luo Mingshang wasn't interested, Hong Lian could only reply, "Up to you. Anyway, the Earth List tournament isn't much of a challenge for you." Amidst the noise of the crowd, Chu Hen left the arena. However, he didn't return to the spectator seats in Tensei Prefecture. Previously, he had informed instructor Shilan and the others that he would return after his first round of competition. Chu Hen minded his own business and walked out from the exit of the competition area. The noise of the crowd was gradually left behind. The top 16 will continue. Let's invite the 2 contestants from the second round onto the stage. After leaving the arena, Chu Hen felt an indescribable sense of relief. He immediately headed in the direction of Tensei Prefecture. The venue of the competition was in the East District, while Tensei Prefecture was in the South District. Although they were 2 different urban areas, they were 2 adjacent areas. The distance between the 2 was only 2 streets. After a while, Chu Hen returned to the academy and went straight to his residence. Since he had seized the opportunity of the energy-gathering elixir last night, today's matter had occupied Chu Hen's mind. Although time was tight, if he had good control of his true inner force, it was still possible to complete the breakthrough before tomorrow's competition. Of course, this was Chu Hen's own perception and thoughts. After that, Chu Hen didn't say a word and calmed the restlessness in his heart. Then he withdrew 2 high-grade origin crystals and released the spirit convergence runes before he started to enter a state of cultivation. Buzz, buzz! A steady stream of golden spiritual power was released from the primordial crystals like a spring, and it quickly gathered in the spirit gathering seal, and then poured into the 8 extraordinary meridians in Chu Hen's body. At the same time, the meager heaven and earth spiritual power in the room was also like a stream flowing into a river, merging into Chu Hen's body at a speed several times faster than usual. Soon, Chu Hen entered the state of cultivation. The true inner force all over his body became extraordinarily active, as if every inch of flesh and skin was filled with amazing power. Then, Chu Hen's consciousness dived into the Dantian's sea of energy. The surging true inner force filled the entire sea of energy, and in the central area of the sea of energy, a group of true inner force swirled rapidly, constantly releasing powerful energy.